Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board special meeting. Could you please, hold on a second here. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. A roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before Deputy City Clerk Nguyen does roll call, I'd like to read into the record that Councilmember Shahal is participating remotely today under AB 2449 provision emergency circumstance, and this is related to family circumstance. This is the reason that prevents him from attending in person. So at this time, Councilmember Shahal, he requests to participate remotely due to his emergency circumstance. Legislative body must take action by majority vote on the emergency circumstance request at the beginning of the meeting. Councilmember Shahal, at this time, can you provide me with a general description of the circumstance relating to the need for you to appear remotely? This is, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm here to take care of my father.
Thank you. As you participate, please ensure that both your audio and your visual technology is on, and when action is being taken on an item, please publicly disclose if someone over the age of 18 is in the room with you and their general relationship to you.
Will do.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Deputy City Clerk Nguyen.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present remotely.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor, Chair Gilmore.
Here.
And I'll read the AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that, as the presiding officer, the mayor's chair's direction in the matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome, and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of registered lobbyists, we ask to please identify yourself as such and disclose clients or organization that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110.
Just a reminder, the council will need to vote on Councilmember Shahal's attendance remotely.
Motion. Second.
The motion to allow Councilmember Chahal to participate remotely is the motion. And there's a second. We have to, everything is a roll call vote, right? Correct? Okay.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Yes.
Mayor, Chair Gilmore.
Here. I mean, yes, sorry. Yes, here. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, that's it for that? Okay. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press star 9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate item. So we will now move on to our agenda, and this is a special meeting of the City Council Stadium Authority Board. We have 2 items on the agenda tonight. I just wanted to say for the public's benefit that on our first item, we're going to be discussing the grand jury report entitled Irreconcilable Differences, Santa Clara City Council. And if we get to it and have time, the second report we'll be discussing is Outplayed. And if we don't finish today, we will continue at the meeting that is scheduled for 5 o'clock tomorrow. But the way it's going to work on these 2 items is that after the staff makes a presentation, we're going to open it up for public comment. And then the council will continue to talk and discuss and come up with some potential actions. But before those actions are taken, we're going to have another opportunity for the public to weigh in before any vote is taken. And that will be the same for both reports. So the public will have 2 opportunities to weigh in on each of the reports. This is a special meeting, so we don't have a public presentations part, but this will be the time that the public will be able to speak. So we're going to start with number 1, action on the City Council's response to the Santa Clara County Civil Grand Jury Report entitled Irreconcilable Differences, Santa Clara City Council. We'll start with our city manager.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council, members of the public, both here and watching at home, and members of our staff. Javon Grogan, City Manager, and I will take us through the beginning part of this presentation. I want to begin by thanking the City Council for supporting scheduling a special meeting for tonight. I know your business calendar is pretty full, and so both tonight and tomorrow night are special meetings. And so we were last before you on July 9th, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But before we get there, just want to provide a brief overview of the proposed presentation, public comment, deliberation, and council action process for the item that is before you. So we will begin with a introduction from staff. I will provide a brief 7-slide introduction, really just ground setting for the conversations we're going to have tonight. And then we propose to have council questions and recommend that we limit them at that time to questions on the process, the overall process that we will undertake tonight. And then have public comment in order to allow a period for the public to comment prior to what will certainly be a very detailed discussion of each finding and recommendation with regard to the Irreconcilable Differences Grand Jury Report. And we will step through those one by one. I am here tonight to support you through that, as well as City Attorney Glenn Googans. And while he and I are here tonight, it should really be known that a full complement of staff supported the materials that are before you tonight. Next, we will have public comment before final council action on what is before us tonight. So let's talk about the Civil Grand Jury Report. So as you know, on June 12th, the Santa Clara County Civil Grand Jury published a report entitled Irreconcilable Differences, Santa Clara City Council, that includes various findings and recommendations. We were last before you on July 9th of this year to present those grand jury findings and recommendations to the City Council where the city has a requirement to respond to each within the next 90 days. And so at your July 9th meeting, staff was directed to prepare draft responses to the grand jury report, including the process and options for developing an ethics program for council, further input and direction at a meeting subsequent, and that is tonight. As we all know and have talked about before, Penal Code Section 9330C requires that a governing body, in this case the City of Santa Clara, that is the subject of a grand jury report, that is the subject of a final grand jury report, respond to those findings within 90 days. And so there is a structure by which we must respond. And so there are legally required responses for each finding. Another Penal Code Section 93305A requires that the responding entity indicate one of the following to each civil grand jury finding. We must either say that we agree with the finding or that we disagree wholly or partially with the finding, and in such case, we need to specify the portion of the finding that is disputed and include an explanation of the reason. Next, we are also, as an entity, legally required by the next subsection, Section B of that same penal code, to respond to each recommendation in one of the four options. Either one, we say that the recommendation has been implemented with a summary regarding the implemented action. Next, or alternatively, we can say that the recommendation has yet to be implemented, but it will be implemented in the future and provide a timeline for that implementation. Again, alternatively, we can say that the recommendation requires further analysis with an explanation of the scope and the parameters of this analysis or study that is to be conducted, and we must provide a time frame of when that will be conducted and reviewed by the governing body. And that time frame cannot exceed 6 months from the date of publication of the grand jury report. Or lastly, 4, we can say that the recommendation will not be implemented, but in that case, we need to say that it is not warranted or not reasonable, but provide an explanation. And so, again, the civil grand jury report, Irreconcilable Differences, included a total of 9 findings and 22 recommendations. The city, as an agency, has been directed to respond to 8 of those findings and 9 of those recommendations. A number of them were not directed to the city. Some were directed at individual council members. Others were directed at council members as well as the city, and we will step through the ones directed to the city tonight. Lastly, in this introduction, the city must submit the recommendations to the grand jury by September 10th, and individual council members that had findings and recommendations, response was required by August 12th of this year, and those responses that were received are published on the civil grand jury's website. I will also say, as we begin, that staff has endeavored to provide draft responses to each finding and recommendation. I am 100% certain that we have not struck it perfectly, and there will be changes to that, but know that staff has endeavored to provide you with a starting point. And one thing that you will see, for example, there are some findings that state that a specific council member did X or should have done Y. What we endeavored to do, because each council member had an individual response that was required to be submitted to the grand jury, we endeavored not to talk about how a particular council member viewed the particular item, but instead provided a draft recommendation that says, as a body, we find that such behavior is inappropriate. And so as we step through the individual recommendations from staff, you will certainly see that theme. I will also note that during this presentation, you will notice that there are a few proposed changes from the information that appeared in the staff report. There was a technical error where some of the final changes did not make it into the staff report. We have highlighted those. We feel that that the proposed language that you'll see tonight, small nuances, but better reflect the full complement of the staff work that was done and we wanted to correct that technical glitch and give you the opportunity to see those and decide if you would like to include that in your final response. So with that, I will pause the presentation. I will go and sit next to our city attorney in my normal spot for the remainder of this presentation as we support the city council through the individual draft responses to each finding and recommendation. And with that, I'll pause and turn it back over to the mayor for public comment.
Did you want questions from the council on procedure?
Yes.
This is just questions on procedure,
Let's do that. Let's take questions from the city council on procedure.
on the process. All right. Councilmember Jane.
You know, there's a number of findings, a number of recommendations, and I'm trying to understand if we don't agree with the wording that the staff has come up with, what is the process for modifying that wording and then getting it adopted by the majority of the council?
Certainly. So we are here tonight to support you through that process. We are ready to support you through wordsmithing or a complete rewrite of each finding, response to a finding or recommendation. It may be possible that you provide general direction to staff, and for specific ones, we may come back tomorrow with revised language, and so we would ask that you hold on making taking action on that item. Hopefully, we are endeavoring to support you through final consensus resolution on each individual item. We will aim to not take an individual vote, but if it looks like there is not consensus and we need to take an individual roll call vote on each one, we're certainly here to support you through that as well.
And if we're taking a vote on an individual item, does the public get to weigh in?
So what we are proposing is public comment as item 3 in this process before we go through each individual item. Then we would step through each individual item, but certainly pause at that point and take public comment before any council action. And so not having public comment for each of the 9 findings and 8 recommendations, but really lumping them into 2 blocks, one before your significant deliberations and then one after your significant deliberation.
Thank you.
All right, any other council members have questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to go to, we have 3 public members that have put in cards that are here. We're going to start with Kirk. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm so glad to see this is happening. This is unfortunately the second grand jury report that 2 different grand juries found this particular council particularly troubling. They came up with 2 detailed grand jury reports about the problems and deficiencies in this council. I read all the council members that submitted. Councilmember Hardy did not submit a finding. I think that's illegal. As a teacher and someone who would hopefully set an example for others, I would hope that that would be there. That's disappointing that it's not, Mayor, so hopefully you can chase that down. But I also read the general comments by this council, and the council basically said, I don't agree with most of this stuff. I don't agree with the language. I think we're being picked on. And, oh, they did it too, so why am I being blamed? Well, the reality is, rather than just say, well, other people did something, take responsibility and accountability for your actions. And, for example, when you talk about ethics, Councilmember Jane, he says he's ethical. Yet, when Councilmember Becker confessed to him that he leaked the confidential report to the Silicon Valley Voice, Councilmember Jane didn't say anything to anybody until questioned under oath by the grand jury. Didn't go to the council, didn't go to the city manager, not the city attorney, not anybody. And so that's not very ethical. That doesn't have a lot of integrity. And then Councilmember Becker, again, what is all this stuff? We get AB 1234 training. We don't need ethics. We already have it. Well, it's clear that this council does not. I would say the same for Councilmember Park and his lack of integrity and how he displays his information in his letter. It's all, oh, there's nothing to see here. It's just Why are they picking on us? Well, it's because there's a reason that you're displaying behavior that deserves to be called out. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard, please come forward. Welcome.
Hey, y'all. I've been coming here for quite a few years, and I guess grand jury reports, never had them before till a certain group of people came into your council. And it really is an ethic problem. I know if I go and rob a bank and I tell my buddy, hey, dude, I just robbed that, knocked that bank off, I'm supposed to, by law, tell somebody of it. But it seems like if you're a council member, you can hear somebody besmirch other council members, lie. I thought you guys had some kind of ethical thing about lying. For last mayoral election, certain person actually stood there and pointed, you released it, while other two people, one knowing he did, another one knowing a buddy of his broke the law and never reported it. To me, it's kind of like, you guys really need, well, actually the voters really need to open their eyes and realize that there are people up here who are not ethical and really owned by a certain person in this city. I've lived here in this valley for all my life. I've seen big shots coming in and out of the valley, and none of them ever acted this way. It's unbelievable to me, but hopefully you guys can get to the bottom of it and the voters can really clean house. They really need to wake up and clean house of this city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Howard.
Bye-bye.
Next, we have Brian. Please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Brian Doyle, Council District 5 resident. I just wanted to make the public aware of some facts that didn't make it into the grand jury report that bear on the non-ethical behavior of 5 of you. About a year ago, I ran into someone who I knew from city council meetings when I was city attorney. Samina Usman didn't remember me at first and then asked if I was still city attorney. When I told her that
Brian, can you speak in the microphone?
yeah,
Sorry.
when I told her that the city council had fired me on orders of the 49ers, she told me that she thought that was terrible. She then told me a very interesting interaction that she had with the 49ers. She said that that before the election in 2020, someone from the 49ers had told her that they would provide $250,000 in financial support if she decided to run for council, and all she had to do would be to agree to meet with them if she were elected. She told me that she got together with Harbir Bhatia and they decided between the two of them that only one person of color should run for the council seat. Now, who doesn't believe that the 49ers had the same conversation with each of the 5 of you? Let the record reflect that no one has raised their hand. Interesting how each of you met with the 49ers dozens of times. What did they talk about with you? My guess is that they formed a hit list. Get rid of Doyle, then Santana, then Mayor Gilmore. I guess 2 out of 3 ain't bad. One more anecdote. Shortly after the election in 2020, in January of 2021, I gave a closed-door session to all of you about the litigation with the 49ers. The very next morning, council member Suds Jain sent a text to Rahul Chandak. It said, "Hi Rahul, yesterday, new council members got the city side of all our lawsuits. I knew Larry McNeil gave me a pretty good briefing, but now I would like to meet again to reconcile the different stories. This is my city-issued cell phone, Suds."
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Please, do not scream from the chambers, please.
Who screamed?
No, the lady behind you. Excuse me. You don't scream in the chambers, please. No, 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 no. You do not scream in the chambers, please. I'm asking respectfully. Thank you. Thank you. Jeff, go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Are we sure this report was written by the grand jury? Because it sounds like it was written by Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe. The report is extremely biased and one-sided. 5 of our council members work well together and are getting things done, like the business license tax that will generate $6 million a year.
I think you muted yourself. Please unmute yourself, Jeff. You were in mid-sentence. There you go. Jeff?
Where did I end off on? I didn't unmute myself.
Something about the business tax, and then you...
Yeah, the business license
got-
tax, it increased the library hours and the senior center hours. And Kathy and Lisa voted no on that. The 2 minority members refused to work with the 5 supermajority. The mayor refuses to meet with Councilmember Jane or put any of his items on the agenda. This report should be noted and filed, and there should be no further discussion on it. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda.
Mayor,
Yes, we can hear you.
Wanda Bach, representing myself as a citizen of Santa Clara. And I would be there in person because I believe this is such an important issue, the ethics. But my kid has COVID, and I'm really sorry for Councilman Hall's family illness. I am here to keep informed, and I want to help as a citizen. I want to help you, our city. I'd like to get past all the problems with the 49ers and figure out a way to resolve it because, excuse the pun, but it's big bucks, okay? That's the big money to our city, how we operate with them. And there's many options to improve our ethics, actions to form a separate commission, get some outside help, maybe some conflict resolution, ethical management on it. But we need to move forward and to have ethics in our city where we can be proud of it. So I'm not going to pick on this and this and that. I just want to see us move forward positively, and I'm here to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Next, we have 56 Strine. 56 Strine.
Yeah, this is Edward Strine. Just wanted to mention that I believe, still have those drop boxes for mail-in voting and mail outside the precincts. I believe that we should just go back to the old days when we had paper ballots. I don't know if anybody saw that 2000 Mules documentary, but yeah, those drop boxes, there's just too much chance for fraud, election fraud with those drop boxes. I don't even know if people that got elected in 2020, if they were honestly elected or not, because all the evidence that have come out has shown that there was a lot of election fraud. Like I had previously said, that there's all kinds of corruption all throughout local, state, and federal levels. I mean, when you have one party that can talk about election fraud and nothing happens, and then they threaten the other party to put them in prison for talking about election fraud, that should tell you right there, we've got major problems throughout government. I'm just hoping someday that we can have fair, honest elections again someday. That'd be great. But thank you very much for letting me speak my mind.
Thank you, Edward. I don't see any more online. Do we have anyone in the council chambers that would like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome.
I urge you to accept the staff's response to the grand jury report. I will say I am very concerned about the use of a grand jury on this type of issue. The secrecy and lack of transparency in this process is troubling. I understand anyone can file a complaint with the grand jury, but I am disappointed that the grand jury decided to take up this issue, and I am very concerned with the process of how they decided to do that and influence they may have received to take up this issue. Most importantly, though, I am concerned because this process was not transparent, and the grand jury failed to seek a full picture of the behavior of all council members, especially those of us who have had a very different experience interacting with both the council members who were called out in this report and those who were not. And I speak from experience on that. I was here last week and spoke, but the time I came before that was to talk about the work of the Charter Review Committee. I was then attacked later by the presiding officer of this council in her remarks. So this behavior against constituents happens not just in what was called out, but the grand jury didn't talk to me. It didn't talk to other people who have experienced this type of negative consequences for taking a position against the old guard machine. Those of you who run for this office are elected to a position where you hold no power individually. Any of you hold power individually, but you only can act as collectively as the full council. And you must all respect the will of the voters and work collaboratively with each other and every single member of the council. This is what the democratic process entails. And if you are not able to work collaboratively with your fellow elected officials who sit on this body with you, then you need to not be in this position. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak? Please come forward if you would like to speak. Okay, city staff, you ready for your presentation?
Yes. So, Mayor and council members, during this portion, we will step through each of the individual findings and recommendations that the city is required to respond to and support you through your deliberations and discussion on each individually. So finding one from the irreconcilable differences grand jury report reads as follows. Finding 1A, the working relationships among council members and the mayor are broken. So staff provided a draft response. I will actually go to the next slide because we highlight what was in your staff report and minor changes that we're proposing. And so I'll read the proposed staff revision. And the highlighted section denotes the significant change or the change that was made. In the first highlighted section, you'll see this is reframing the response from the city of Santa Clara to the Santa Clara City Council, because in this finding, you're really responding on behalf of yourself as a collective body, not really on behalf of the organization, the way it's framed. So the draft or the proposed response reads as follows. The Santa Clara City Council agrees with this finding. However, it is important to note that at every regular meeting of the City Council, most items that come before the body are approved without contentious debate and unanimously. Members of the City Council also routinely attend ceremonial events and community celebrations together and exhibit mutual respect and professionalism. Nevertheless, we acknowledge that working relationships among the divided among the council members. Let me start over. Nevertheless, we acknowledge that working relationships among the divided council are not good and that long-standing grievances do impede the council's ability to conduct the city's business professionally, particularly where the structure of government, ethics, and stadium issues are involved. So it is agreeing with the finding and providing a little extra elaboration. With that, I will pause and turn it back over to the mayor to facilitate any questions or dialogue amongst the council.
So city manager, it's just questions on this particular one?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I contend that the council relations were actually broken before I even got on the council. So March 12th, 2018, I sent an email to Lynn Garcia asking for a meeting with Kathy Watanabe. And I said, thank you for arranging my meetings with council members Mahan and Kolstad. Next, I would like to meet with Councilmember Watanabe to discuss development on the north side and traffic impacts. So then we went back and forth, proposed March 19th. That didn't work. Then we went to April, and I tried to find some dates in April, and those didn't apparently work. And then finally, I get an email from Lynn Garcia where I asked for a couple of dates that would work for Kathy Watanabe. And she said, yes, I understand your point. We usually do try to give a couple of meeting options, but her calendar has been so heavily booked that we have had a hard time finding even one meeting time. On that note, I just received an email from her letting me know that she will have to decline your meeting request at this time. So at that time, before I even became a council member, she would not meet with me, and we had at-large representation in the city. And then when I got elected, then we had to do committee assignments, January 2021. So I'd sent the mayor a bunch of requests for committees that I wanted to be in. So in the end, the mayor proposed that new council members, Jane, Becker, and Park, had no committee assignments in the city, not the ADA, not audit, not BPAC, not economic development, governance, or ad hoc stadium. So I proposed evening it out, and that I would get 2 committees, Becker would get 2, Park would get 2, Gilmore still had 2, Watanabe had 2, Chahal had 3, Hardy had 2. So then, if we look at outside committees, the mayor proposed that Kathy Watanabe got 12 committees. I got 2, which were very minor committees. Becker got 2, Park got 2. So I proposed that we make it more even and ended up with Gilmore 5, Watanabe 6, Chahal 6, Hardy 6, me 4, Becker 5, and Park 4. So from day one, we were mistreated. We were not given a chance to be represented. So the relationship has been broken from even before I got elected. Then there was an anti-Asian hate rally on the North Side Library on March 31st, 2021. And at that time, Councilmember Watanabe, who had organized the event, declined Councilmember Park's request to speak. And the council was considering a censure. So because of the impending censure, Councilmember Watanabe asked to meet with me to discuss. So we met at the Starbucks at Santa Clara train station on April 16, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. During that discussion, I made the comment, "It seems that you don't like me." She said, "Well, you never should have run against me." So even though I had lost the election, she was holding grudges. So from even before I got elected, there has been a dysfunction, apparently, and a, let's say, hostility to some of the council members. That's my comment.
Would anyone else like to comment on this? This finding 1A. Councilmember Park.
I understand that staff will go over this again. I just want to point out the grammatical error with the city's business. It needs to be possessive with the S. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to state from day one, I was accused of being in the pocket of somebody. From day one, I was harassed. From day one, members of the city council were accused of things, even before we were ever on the city council. So the relationship, yeah, it's been broken. I have been amenable to having any relationship with anyone. The only meeting I've ever had with Councilmember Watanabe was before the center of her for the Stop Asian Hate Rally. And the only incident I had with Mayor Gilmore was serving at a Parade of Champions dinner where we were basically doing it for a developer who won an award before the pandemic. Those are the only instances. Mayor Gilmore, I give her the credit that she does greet me. She says hello to me. However, Councilmember Watanabe will never greet me, will never say hello, and half the time it will be very standoffish. So I got to say that this relationship has been broken from the beginning, but I'm always willing to fix things and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, seeing none, City Manager, do you want to go on to number 2?
Madam Mayor, I'm just trying to the extent we can kind of harness agreement, on language or not, wondering if we can test whether or not amongst the council now, whether or not they're comfortable, with this language. Then we might put this one in a category where it's agreed or hold it out, right, for additional work. So I heard some comments, but other than Member Parks catching the grammatical error, which we appreciate. Anybody sees anything like that, please tell us. I didn't hear any particular proposal to change any of the language, and I'm wondering if we should measure consensus on language.
Okay. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Becker.
Yeah, I mean, if you need a motion for that, no, or anything like that, I mean, I'm pretty good with what the language is, and I think it's pretty fair and direct. So I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I don't know that, again, we're playing this a little bit, by ear as we go along. If there's general acceptance of it and no desire for changes, I would just even go with consensus, and we'd put it in a category where folks agree. Mayor, subject to your discretion on how we might handle it differently. And if there is contention or a need to work it up more, we'd put it in a different column.
Well, unless we're voting in particular, items, I think you should just hear our comments and go on to the next one.
Right.
And then we'll do it at the end. Otherwise, we have to take them individually and vote.
Fair. So what if we simply ask if there are any proposed changes to the language that's before you, and then we'll address the vote after we get through each of the individual ones.
So do you want all of us to weigh in on all of what we think about your proposed staff revision? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
See, last time we went through this, we took each item and we voted on each item, so it was pretty clear. But I thought you wanted us to vote at the end, because then I have to have the public weigh in on each item.
That's right,
so.
Mayor. We're trying to structure this in a way that provides public opportunity to provide general input.
Before we vote.
And then input on, before you actually finally vote. So this is more of a preliminary take on what the council thinks with proposed, language changes. And if there aren't any and you want to reserve debate, great, but I guess it'd be good to air whether or not there's significant changes, proposed now, and if staff can address that as part of the item-by-item deliberations, we'd stand ready to do that, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I heard the request as not a final decision, but trying to bin them, trying to put them in bins based on how the council feels about something, and then it'd be easier to talk about these are the things that are in this column, these are the things on this column. That's what I heard. Just clarifying.
I think that's right. We're trying to sort through them so that the vote at the end is easy and we're not taking up everyone all over again after having gone through and discussed it.
All right, Councilmember Hardy?
Well, then, for the record, I will say I like the proposed staff revision. I think that answers well the finding in 1A.
So,
All right. Anyone else? I'm going to say the only part of the proposed, I agree with the finding that the working relationships among council members and the mayor are broken. The only part of the staff revision I agree with is the bottom paragraph. We acknowledge the working relationships among the divided council are not good and that longstanding grievances do impede the council's ability to conduct city business professionally. And this is the part that is important to me, particularly where structure of government, ethics, and stadium issues, and those are like backbone, those are the structure of government and ethics, and I think that definitely is broken. And so I question some of the things on the first paragraph, we vote on, some consent calendar items and other things together, but the major, most important issues that this council takes up, the relationships and working together is definitely broken on government ethics and stadium issues. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I would say I agree with the staff language, but I would like to point out that the 7 council members as such have to work collectively. And the grand jury report does not only points out about 5 council members, not about the 2 other representatives on the council, basically. So I strongly disagree with that notion of the grand jury. And I do agree with some of my colleagues did mention that some council members, I don't want to name it, they don't want to even greet other council members. Rather, when somebody greets them, they don't even respond to that, basically. So I think we can do better, and all the council members can do better, and we can move on with the city business in a professional way. Thank you. Overall, I agree with the staff report. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you for the preparation response to 1A. I was actually assigned finding 1A to respond to by the grand jury report, or in the grand jury report, and my response was that I agreed with the finding. And regarding the recommendation, I felt that there was no recommendation implemented, but would be implemented in the future with a time frame for implementation. However, based on the proposed staff revision, I have to say that I too disagree with the first paragraph and the highlighted section in the second paragraph. Yes, I agree. The divided they acknowledge that the working relationship among the divided council are not good. Yes. However, when it comes to particularly where structure of government, ethics, and stadium issues are involved, there is a lot more that this council does not, cannot agree on or conduct city's business professionally. So I disagree. I will disagree with this proposed staff revision. Thank you.
City Manager.
Sure. So I'd like to recommend a change in the vein of consensus. So what I'm hearing in general is a consensus that there are parts that people agree with. It appears that if we were to strike from the first paragraph everything that begins with however and ends with professionalism, such that the first paragraph would simply read, the Santa Clara City Council agrees with this finding, and then we would then jump to nevertheless, or actually we could strike nevertheless and then simply say, we acknowledge that working relationships among the divided council are not good and that long-standing grievances do impede the council's ability to conduct the city's business professionally, particularly where the structure of government, ethics, and stadium issues are involved. If we do that, do we have consensus? The part, however, is explanatory. It provides additional detail, but council can decide that it's not critical to the main thrust of the grand jury's recommendation.
Vice Mayor Becker.
I'm going to say no.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Why can't we just use the first sentence, the Santa Clara City Council agrees with the finding, period. That's it. That's all the answer needs to be. We agree. That's all the request was of, us to respond, agree or disagree.
Do they require an explanation if you just say you agree?
They do not. We can simply say we agree. Staff's thought here was to provide a little bit more articulation, but we can simply, if that obtains consensus, absolutely go with just saying that the council agrees with the finding. If that is not consensus, we could also just pause and continue going through the other findings and recommendations and then address this when we get to the end and vote.
All right, does the council agree with, the answer is the Santa Clara City Council agrees with this finding, period. Does anybody object to that? Okay.
Okay, we will note that, there appears to be consensus with just saying that the council agrees. Now let's.
That doesn't mean it won't change later, but
Absolutely.
I'm just saying right now. Okay.
Mayor, I think you have a.
Kevin, Councilmember Park?
So the problem is I can't raise my hand and look at a document using Granicus at the same time, so I apologize for that. But I guess my question is, I mean, it says the working relationships among council members and the mayor are broken. And it's kind of unclear what they mean by the relationships, meaning that there is an explicit relationship that can be pulled from this, which is council members and the mayor. And then there are the relationships within the council themselves. Right, I want a little bit of clarification there, because simply saying the working relationships among council members and mayor are broken is true from a very high level, but if we're trying to specify, if we're trying to be explicit in what we're saying, I do feel that the statement that there are, in fact, working relationships within council is important to state as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we should have some explanation, and as such, I will not agree to that. Just we agree to the whole thing as in totality by saying we agree to it. I think the staff put in some balanced statement. I would say we should agree to that rather than agreeing that we just agree to the finding 1A. Basically, those are my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Jane?
I would have to say that we have passed budgets on time. We have passed measures to increase taxes. We have done a lot of things. We've gotten ourselves out of a deficit from the pandemic. So while the relationships are not good, I don't see that the contentious relationships has impeded the effectiveness of this body. So we have been able to get the streets paved, open libraries, pass budgets. We've been able to do everything that is required of a city council. So while council meetings are long and I agree that there has been, some impact on staff due to some of the, let's say, I'll just say hostility. So I don't see that while the relationships are poor, that the, quote, dysfunction has not stopped us from getting the people's business done.
Councilmember Watanabe, is that from earlier? Okay. All right, so city attorney, city manager, you're not going to have unanimous on that, so we need to move on.
Fair.
Let's go to number 2.
Totally agree. Okay. Let's move now to the grand jury's finding 1B, which reads, some council members do not adhere to the city's adopted ethical and behavioral standards while conducting city business from the dais. Similarly here, small changes that we would like you to consider. I'll read the proposed revision. The City Council, or the Santa Clara City Council, agrees with this finding. The City Council agrees that from time to time and more frequently than is acceptable, the behavior of City Council members, both collectively and individually, does not adhere to the behavioral standards outlined in the city's policies.
Comments on this? Does everyone agree? Councilmember Hardy.
I'm a little concerned that I like that from time to time, more frequently than is acceptable. If we're agreeing with them, do we have to point out specific things or not? Is there anything specific in our ethics pledge? Because I know I work very hard at that. And I don't know if a real general statement like that is it better just to say agrees, or is it better to be more specific? I'm not certain. I would ask the city attorney on that.
This is another question. Do we just say we agree, or do we put further explanation?
Madam Mayor and Member Hardy, it really is up to you. There's no right or wrong answer here, and it's not a legal requirement that you expound. Again, our effort is attempted to, because so much of this, we don't think, at least from a staff perspective, and we think a number of you don't think either, is black and white. So we're trying to offer a little bit more kind of flavor, to it, to round out your proposal. That being said, when you go down that road, right, is it capturing the flavor of a majority of you or all of you, or, are the right words being chosen? So we've endeavored to do that, to try to be helpful. If it's not helpful and you're better off just resorting back to the simple statement, that's within your prerogative. Either one is fine, but wanted to give you an idea of why we added that language, so that the gray areas of some of these things, you're given the opportunity to present on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go back to, my comment and position on 1A and apply it here as well. And I'm looking at the letter that came from the civil grand jury, and it specifically states that, as stated in the penal code, which is attached, you are required to agree or disagree with each finding. And if you disagree in whole or part, you must include an explanation of the reasons why you disagree. So that makes sense. But based on the fact that, like, even in the last answer, the council, it seemed there was consensus that the Santa Clara City Council agrees with the finding. If that is the case, that we do agree, there is no need for an explanation, that we can just take the position that we agree and then move on without adding additional color to the response. So I'm going to stand with the Santa Clara City Council agrees with the finding, end of story. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I wrote I disagree in part because the general statement is not a statement for the whole city council, including the mayor. I will agree, however, that the city's adopted ethical and behavior standards are violated on the dais. And out of the 400 hours that the grand jury watched of meetings, I'm surprised they missed a lot of those violations from the dais. But I do like how staff's response is, and by saying it agrees with the finding, because it's also saying it's agreeing, as I said, a disagree in part. There's a part that I do agree with, and then also the staff's language gets into, from time to time and more frequently than is acceptable, the behavior of the city council members, both collectively and individually, does not adhere to the behavioral standards outlined in the city policies. I mean, this is getting agree and disagree in one nutshell, and it's also getting definition to something that a lot of us, I think, are able to defend ourselves on and have a fuller explanation when the finding really did not identify the entire city council. It was selective in its finding and focus. So I would have to agree that I agree with the staff's finding, staff's proposed language, because it agrees with this finding that, yes, we acknowledge that there's an issue. However, from time to time, it is the whole city council and not just specifically certain members.
Anyone else? I would just say we agree with the finding. There isn't anything else necessary. No more editorial comments, so that's what I would support. Councilmember Jane.
The problem that I have with the grand jury report is it seems to have singled out 5 people. And there's an impression that it's only 5 people that are, let's say, violating ethics. But, you know, I wrote in my report, I said that Mayor Gilmore texts constantly while on the dais. And I've watched her take notes from her cell phone. So I believe that's ex parte communications and that she's communicating with her supporters and encouraging people to step up to the dais and speak maybe on her behalf. I don't have, you know, evidence of that, but I've seen her texting quite regularly from this dais, and I'm not sure what she's doing.
Anyone else? Councilmember Park.
So I just want to say that, unfortunately, the findings and the recommendations are tied together. I mean, I don't think anyone would disagree that they are, and I agree with Councilmember Jane, which is, if we look at the finding itself, which says, some council members do not adhere to the city's adopted ethical and behavioral standards while conducting city business on the dais. I mean, that's a true statement. But when you go to the recommendations gives a slightly different spin on this, and it details who they think they are. And my agreement would be, well, this is true, and it's not necessarily the people that you would think. There's the building a community of trust in the city of Santa Clara, behavioral standards for public meetings, and I can just go to the first 2 of the good government guiding principles: honor the spirit and the letter of the law, treat everyone equitably and respectfully, and we will see that it is true, quite true, that some council members do not adhere to the city's adopted ethical and behavioral standards for conducting city business on the dais, and it's not the people that you would think based on the recommendations. So, thank you.
Do you have enough, city attorney, to move on to something else? Number 3?
Yes, I'll turn it to the city attorney.
Yeah, I think so, Mayor. I've kind of put 1A in to communicate to you kind of our thought process as we go along. I've put 1A and 1B in the same category. There's really a debate over the stripped down, you know, version or a version with some explanation. And so that shows you how I'm bundling, you know, them. That might be how we take them up, you know, later on. But I think I've gotten the gist of the thoughts from council people, with some wanting the stripped down version, another one thinking the explanation is important for context.
Thank you. All right. Next.
Okay, next is finding from the grand jury 1C. Council members Becker and Park air petty grievances and engage in squabbles with other elected officials and constituents from the dais. So similar, very small revision, so I'll read the proposed staff revision. The Santa Clara City Council partially disagrees with this finding. I'll pause there. It says partially disagrees. Partially disagrees can actually be read as agrees in part. But in the in the prescribed responses, there's not a agree in part, there's a disagree in part. And so just know that you can read partially disagrees as agrees. So the city council partially disagrees with this finding. The city council as a whole does not think that it is appropriate to call out specific members, as several members of the city council have expressed grievances toward one another and constituents from the dais. Through their individual responses, that's to the grand jury, some council members have addressed this practice and their beliefs on how widespread it is.
However, at this juncture and collectively, the City Council agrees that such behavior is not appropriate.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So in this one, I stated and disagree in part. I believe fully that mayor and council members, including myself, engage in what I call very robust discussions. I will agree that there have been petty grievances and squabbles from all members of the City Council. Where I come from, it's called a two-way street. However, we can all do better to avoid these types of behaviors. And one thing I would add to that is, just recently heard this in a recent forum, which was about council members shouldn't have to be defending themselves on a consistent basis because, I feel a lot of this petty grievances and engage in squabbles is half the time certain members of this council defending themselves from accusations. When I heard the words that you shouldn't have to defend yourself, I agree with that. But you shouldn't have to defend yourself from accusation. Someone should not be making accusations with no proof. So, I would say that, a lot of this comes from, I've seen things on this dais that have happened from petty grievances and engaging in squabbles. I've seen people laugh at me when I was asking about denouncing a hateful blog. I was laughed at for trying to get the rainbow crosswalk ideas pushed forward. And I was also seeing times where Councilmember Jane would be denied opportunities to meet with certain individuals of the City Council. And examples saying that should have never ran against me in an election. Stuff like that is the petty grievances and the engaging in squabbles that I hear about all the time. And I hear a lot of these that were not even mentioned, not even brought up in this report out of the 400 hours that members had reviewed. But again, I see that the staff's response, I think, is entirely fair in the fact as in finding 1C, I don't agree with the grand jury's assertion of my behavior. However, I do see that the City Council's, the staff's proposed language, City Council as a whole does not think it's appropriate to call out specific council members, as several members of the City Council have expressed grievances toward one another and constituents from the dais. I think this is a very fair response because I think it is taking a lot of what we wrote in our own individual responses and showing the collaborative nature of that, because I think everybody's perspective is a little different than one other person's perspective. One person's opinion is different from one other person's opinion. So I think this is a fair result and a fair language for a finding. So I would agree to this, even though I do disagree about how my name is specifically singled out. But I will agree that the city needs to do a lot better. And I think we can avoid these types of behaviors, specifically when you don't have accusations being thrown almost at every single council meeting since December 8th, 2020, when I and 3 others were elected to the City Council. And someone I heard tonight say things that a lot of these reports and all of this didn't start until certain members were elected. And it's funny because that's when the majority of certain individuals was lost. And I think that kind of is evident in itself. I think it's also evident that we're talking about this in September, months before an election. But it is what it is. So I agree with what staff's recommendation is. And I hope that as a city council, we can avoid this type of behavior moving forward. You know, there's a saying that my dad used to always say to me is, no cracks from the peanut gallery. Well, I hope that we don't have that, because if you go and look at the night and day comparison to when I was on the Planning Commission with Councilmember Chahal, Councilmember Jane, we all got along. We had major disagreements on items, but at the end of the night, it is what it was. It is what it is, and we all got along, and I think that was the most professional and ethical body that I've ever seen. So it's a little different on the City Council, but I think we can all move forward. And so I agree with staff's language on finding 1C.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I think staff did a good job of nuancing this, and I appreciate that. I've often said you can disagree without being disagreeable, and I think this is the essence of that, and I appreciate the even-handed approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the proposed staff revision. I will say that I disagree with what is being proposed. The grand jury spent a lot of time, over 400 hours, looking at, these past council meetings, and for them to find that what they describe in finding 1C, obviously there was a reason why they singled out two particular council members, and it's been quite evident, and I think it's an opportunity for people to hold themselves accountable and make changes based on the recommendations by the grand jury. So I am definitely going to disagree with this proposed staff revision. Thank you.
City Manager, you're on. I still have other council members, but.
Yeah, my comment's a little dated, but I raised it when Councilmember Becker was speaking, because Councilmember Becker, I think, casually said staff recommendation. And it's actually something that the city attorney and I talked about a little earlier. Important to note, staff isn't making recommendations. Really what we did is we developed draft language for you to consider. And we're really just trying to support the city council to collectively determine is there a response that you find appropriate. Now, we did propose changes to what we had in the staff report, but those are still proposed changes to the draft that we prepared for you. So we are not, foundationally making a recommendation on what council should do through these actions. We're really just supporting you with staff work to come to what you collectively decide or what the majority decides.
Through the mayor, I just wanted to apologize for using that language. I apologize for that.
It was a good opportunity to say that. Hindsight 2020, I should have said it in the opening.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with the response, and no council is perfect. These squabbles happen in other councils across the county, across the state, basically, and staff response as written is very balanced one, and I think it's a good one to respond to. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't agree with the staff revision. It's not recommendation, your revision, because this finding is one of the most important things in the grand jury report, that Councilmember Becker and Park air petty grievances and engage in squabbles with other elected officials, and here's the important part, and constituents from the dais. And that is the most important thing. That's the most egregious thing to me. So I agree with this 100%. And what's interesting about this grand jury report, they put video links in the back so you can easily watch what they're talking about. They backed up everything they did with video links. So you can, be the judge yourself, but when you when you watch those links and you see how the public is treated, I 100% agree with this finding, so I don't agree with the staff revision. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to accept staff's
There's no
language.
motion, no. There's no motion now. Councilmember Vice Mayor Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's interesting in that last comment that was made. I've seen certain individuals attack actual members of the public that are here tonight. I've seen it happen before. And so hearing, certain individuals say certain things, a lot of these supposed constituents are, trying to think the best word how to describe this, are special roles to members of this city council. So that is my one, grief about that comment. You're entitled to your opinion. But again, I've seen the same behavior given to certain other members of the public, constituents, as well as members of the city council. So I just want to make sure that was clarified.
Thank you. Anyone else on this issue? City Attorney, I'm sure you have all that down. Moving on to the next one.
Yes, Mayor. Finding number 2, we are on page 21 of page 90. Finding number 2, council members Becker, Park, and Jahal do not understand and/or do not follow established parliamentary and meeting procedures. Revision here, frankly, re-articulating the last paragraph. So the City Council disagrees with this finding. Through their individual responses, some council members have addressed this finding. The City Council, as a whole, declines to comment on the extent to what individual council members may or may not understand with regard to parliamentary procedures. However, at this juncture and collectively, the City Council desires to state that compliance with parliamentary procedures is an important part of their collective and individual responsibilities. The City Council acknowledges and agrees that the mayor is the presiding officer at council meetings and deserves deference, but also notes that under existing meeting rules, the mayor's determinations on points of order can be appealed and overturned by a majority vote. And then there's the reference to Robert's Rules, sections 23 and 24.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I disagree wholly in the finding, and that is what I wrote, that Councilmember Park, Chahal, and myself do not understand parliamentary procedures, when in fact we do understand parliamentary procedures. In fact, I'm going to state that Councilmember Park is by far the most educated, I think, in parliamentary procedures of any of the council meetings that are currently on the, any of the council members currently on the dais. And the reason why I say that is there's been often times where I see Councilmember Park over there trying to wave down the attention of the city attorney, trying to wave down the mayor's attention, trying to question what is going on the dais in the moments. I've actually had moments where I've appealed the chair because I thought that the abuse of the gavel was being used. There's been times of points of personal privilege, and I think all of us have experienced that. And I think as, any member of this council, one line that I did see in the grand jury's report that said that the mayor, as the chair of the presiding body, has to give all, options to members of the body to speak their minds and their opinions. Yet at times, sometimes we are gavelled when we are trying to express our opinion because we do not agree. The chair will not agree with what we are talking about or proposing. But I like what staff's revision is saying, because it literally is telling us it acknowledges and agrees that the mayor is the presiding officer at council meetings and deserves deference, but also notes that under existing meeting rules, the mayor's determinations on points of order can be appealed. And it even states the Robert's Rules of Order, in which we all try to do on this body. So I think it's a very fair answer to the finding. I have worked with Councilmember Chahal, Councilmember Jane, all on the Planning Commission, where we've learned Robert's Rules of Order. We learned how a meeting operates. I have served as a chair of the Planning Commission before, where I oversaw the commission for a year. So I understand Robert's Rules of Order. I understand procedure. So I disagree with the grand jury's take on our ways that we govern and on parliamentary procedures. And I feel that we do have the proper training and experience in that. I do agree that we can all take extra training to understand things a little more, because I think more education is good for everybody. But I don't like how it's singled out to just me and two others. Again, sometimes on this body, I see members of this body do not even identify Robert's Rules of Order or don't even know what Robert's Rules of Order is sometimes. So there's a lot of concerns there, but I think staff's revision language, and I apologize again if I keep saying recommendation or something like that, but these are staff's language in helping us, and I agree with it. Because again, it's fair, and it cuts it to the point. So I will be in support of staff's revision.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll respond to my part of it, finding 2. I strongly disagree with it. Like, in support of this finding, the jury gave a 15-second video. That's it, 15-second video. And in that video, I'm responding to Mayor's unfounded accusations. And only 2 seconds of that video is after Mayor hit the gavel, and I'm speaking for 2 seconds. And that's the only thing they gave us a proof that, okay, Chahal does not understand the parliamentary procedures. So I strongly disagree with this thing, and it is a cherry pick finding, and I will strongly disagree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, again, thank you for the proposed staff revision to the response, to the finding 2. I will just go on record just to say that I do agree with the finding, and that, again, going back to the grand jury's reasonings for singling out 3 members of this council. It's from extensive review of council meetings that have brought them to this conclusion. And so I am going to go with the grand jury recommendation, their finding and the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I also disagree with the staff revision. I agree with the recommendation and the finding of the grand jury. I know that our city clerk reads a notice at the beginning of every meeting that says, when the presiding officer hits the gavel, all discussion is supposed to stop. And there are times when council members are out of order. I hit the gavel, and these 3 in particular just keep going. They don't respect me as a presiding officer, and they certainly don't respect the gavel. And the grand jury has seen that as well as the public. So I agree with the finding. All right, I don't have any other speakers, City Attorney.
Yeah, wondering if any other folks want to indicate comfort level or not with language so I can categorize this in one.
Councilmember Chahal, you're back on.
Yes, yes, Mayor. Now you, like, grand jury had a 400 hours of review, and they only picked up 15 seconds of that in my context, basically. And you again accuse that all these 3. Can you give me any other instances where you found that I misspoke or didn't follow the parliamentary rules? And that's the problem with this grand jury report. And that's the problem with accusing other people without any substantial ground of those. And when we have been accused of certain things which were very correct. And when we respond, that should not be taken as an unparliamentary or something like that. So I strongly disagree. And out of 400 hours of the review of the material, only 15 seconds is the base for this thing. It is ridiculous for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
It seems like if it's just the presiding officer can decide when to hit the gavel, she could do it 10 seconds after I start speaking. So I like the fact that people know the Robert's Rules of Order. You can appeal the chair, you can do point of order, and I agree that I believe Councilmember Park knows parliamentary procedures, Robert rules better than anybody. So I, as the attorney was asking, I agree with the proposed language by the staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
I too would say that I like how this was nuanced, and I like the fact that it calls out when the presiding officer can be overturned. I think most of us served on Planning Commission and were chair at some point and understand these rules. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, do you have enough now? All right, next, please.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Next is finding 3. Some council members do not uphold their responsibility to conduct the city's business professionally and efficiently. The proposed revision is the city council partially agrees with this finding and believes that the issue is not limited to only some council members. Specifically, the city council acknowledges that from time to time and more frequently than is acceptable, the behavior of council members, both collectively and individually, does not adhere to best practices for conducting city business in a professional and efficient manner.
Council? Comments? Councilmember Park.
So I just want to note the word acceptable here, and I believe also in finding 1B. And it says, and more frequently than is acceptable. Well, obviously it was accepted because it didn't stop the meeting. I almost feel that it should say more frequently than is desirable. Right? Unacceptable kind of has a different connotation, and I would be remiss if I didn't point that out. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
I like that you changed your suggestion for the change for from acceptable. That was the one word that was bothering me. And I will say that no one is at their very best all the time, and sometimes we've had very late meetings, but I try very hard not to step out of bounds. And it's interesting that the one time I said one thing was what was called out in the report, and all the times when I've been personally attacked got left out. That was interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So once again, I appreciate the finding by the grand jury. I would state that I disagree with the proposed staff revision, that there are some council members that do not uphold their responsibility to conduct the city's business professionally and efficiently. How many times have we gone until 2 o'clock in the morning? How many times have there been comments by members of this council that say that they could do this all night long with no consideration of our staff and the fact that they've been working all day long? So I definitely disagree with the finding. I agree with the finding. However, I disagree with the proposed response, and I would just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, the civil grand jury states in their methodology that they watch those 400 hours of meetings and those 40 interviews. Therefore, again, I still find it surprising that the jury and a certain group on this council focus on a subgroup of the council as these hours of meetings and interviews demonstrated all council members engaging in types of behavior and so on. At the same time, I go back in time a little bit to when I was on the Planning Commission. And I have to say, when I was on there, Councilmember Jane was on there, Councilmember Chahal was on there, we had a very efficient process on the Planning Commission. We talked a lot. We had a lot of robust discussion. Sometimes I think we talked more about the actual project and the details of the project on the Planning Commission than sometimes we do here at the City Council. Because it's kind of like night and day, as I said before. When I was on the Planning Commission, efficiency, respect, every ethical standard you had, everyone followed the Roberts Rules of Order. Here on City Council, I noticed that a lot of the time is being wasted, when they talk about city business, is usually being wasted by proxies coming to the council meeting, individuals of the City Council bringing up petty grievances that they want to put on the agenda, making accusations at every meeting almost since December 8th, 2020, when certain members were sworn into the city council. You know, getting members to call in and show up and harass specific members of the city council. I think a lot of that, out of the 400 hours that the jury watched of videos, they never saw instances where one side of the city council had specific narratives that took up a majority of the council's time. And then when we finally start getting down to business, specific members of the city council will say, look at this, we're almost to midnight. This city council can't do anything, it can't function, it can't pass anything, we're gonna have to continue so many items. This council's so dysfunctional. When I hear that, it's like you're setting your own sabotage by creating the problem and trying to be the solution. And I see that happen a lot. And you know, it doesn't happen just here in this city council. I've seen it in a lot of governing bodies. And if you look at what happens in our Congress and other legislative bodies, filibustering, it stalls and delays. It's delaying things so then it politically doesn't, it's convenient for that individual. So from time to time, I've seen it. Members of this public have seen it. And I do agree with the finding that some council members do not uphold their responsibility to conduct the city's business professionally and efficiently. Because again, it goes back to you're taking up the time with the petty squabbles and differences because certain individuals of the city council are upset that votes don't go their way. So I agree with staff's proposed language in this revision, and I will be supporting this. But again, I agree with the fact that, you know, we need to do a better job of conducting the city's business more efficiently. And I think we could do that with, if you can go one meeting without an accusation from either side, we'll get through a meeting pretty quickly. But it all depends on who's the first one to throw the first accusation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, before I got elected, council meetings would often go past midnight. Santa Clara is a very complicated city. We have a convention center. We have a very large $600 million electric utility. We have 2 colleges. And we have a stadium that Councilmember Hardy and I opposed that takes up a lot of time from the city. So we are, for our size, a very complicated city. So as a result, we have a lot of items on our agenda. The thing about it is that before I got elected, I had heard that there were council members back in the paper days that would break the seal on their council packets when they showed up on the dais. That's not acting professionally. And to try to make things go more smoothly, staff has a process where council members read the packets in advance and send in questions so that they don't have to be asked during the council meetings. And I found that I actually pose a very large number of those questions. Some council members almost never pose questions in advance. So that would be a way to be more professional and be more efficient. So I encourage my fellow council members to read their packets and send in their questions in advance. Thank you.
Thank you. So I agree with the finding that some council members do not uphold the responsibility to conduct the city's business professionally and efficiently. And I don't agree with the staff revision that wants to make it all council members when the grand jury said it was some council members. The grand jury watched a lot of our meetings and this is really consistent with what the public tells me as well. So I agree with this, and I think, again, it's the grand jury watching us, it's the public watching us, and I think that we have to take accountability for what happens up here. And I've served on a lot of councils that we've not always agreed, but we've acted very professionally, but never less efficient than this council. So I 100% agree with the grand jury finding. Vice Mayor Becker?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask the city attorney some advice on, I mean, I'm kind of seeing a pattern. I mean, if everyone remembers on the last city council when we discussed this, there started being a split. I kind of see the same thing here, a pattern. We're going one by one. Seems like we're delaying these all to the end. I'm wondering if it's going to be the same situation where we're going to have responses here, and then maybe if individuals are going to have dissenting responses. So I'm wondering if that's going to be something that we're going to be able to have here. And I'm also looking at efficiency and time. So I'm just kind of asking questions in regards to kind of seeing where it's going in that direction. So I'm trying to understand how we can make it a little more efficient if there is going to be a dissenting opinion in things.
Madam Mayor, council member, any one of you or a subgroup of you would have a right to file a dissenting, view on things. I know our interest to really curate this and to get the best possible kind of collective response is to go through them, individually to find consensus where we can. And so that's the path that we're on. There may be a more efficient way to cut to the end of it, but we're assuming that our language isn't perfect as it's proposed, and really do want input from council people, whether you'll ultimately support or oppose anything other than agreeing with the grand jury finding. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for confirming that. I just wanted to confirm about dissenting opinions.
Yes.
If that's still available in this purview, so
Yes.
appreciate that.
All right, next.
Okay. Next is finding 4. Some council members have become preoccupied by personal and political vendettas resulting in verbal attacks, mocking, and disparaging members of the public and community volunteers from the dais without consequence. Council members have ignored the public's request to address their behaviors. And so we have language for you to consider. And I will say that we wrestled with this one, similar to one of the prior findings, where it's an interpretation of what someone may understand, thinking that as a body, you may not be able to come to a collective decision on what an individual understands or what their motivations are. So for this particular one, we are offering for you to consider that the City Council partially disagrees with the finding. The City Council, as a body, does not believe that it is appropriate to provide an opinion on the motivations for individual council members' actions or non-actions. We do agree, however, that any verbal attacks, mocking, or disparaging remarks are not appropriate behavior. So again, it's nuancing it, thinking that as a body, you may not be able to come to a consensus on what an individual's motivations were, but certainly can make a collective statement about the behavior.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I read that finding, to me, 100%, it seems like a pigeonholed perspective and interpretation. Again, 400 hours, I'm surprised they didn't see a lot of further things. And so it's a narrative, I think, of a minority dais voice. But I see staff has come up with a very good solution in the revision saying partially disagrees with the finding, but also it's not appropriate to provide an opinion on the motivations for individual council members, actions and non-actions. So I could sit here and say, so-and-so is doing this on the council, so-and-so is doing that. Another person could say, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. It can go back and forth. But what this comes down to is it's saying that it's not appropriate for us to provide that opinion. Take sides. We agree that I agree there's some problems. However, I think the staff's language is in the fact of, and we do agree, however, that any verbal attacks, mocking, or disparaging remarks are not appropriate behavior. That covers the basis for basically everybody who has a different opinion of each other, a dissenting opinion of each other. I think it's a fair assertion, so I'm going to support staff's revision on finding number 4.
Councilmember Hardy?
I appreciate this because when I read the report, I wanted to know how they read everyone's mind and understood motivations. So I appreciate that you have called that out, and then the actions and non-actions. That, even that non-action part was almost mind-numbing, because and then telling us we're supposed to police one another, which I was really not happy with, because that's not my job. So I appreciate that this is a very balanced way of pointing that out. Thank you, staff. I can support that.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. So I once again appreciate the grand jury's finding that some council members have become preoccupied with personal and political vendettas, resulting in verbal attacks, mocking, disparaging members of the public, and that council members have ignored the public's request to address their behaviors. There have been many instances where, just over and over again, certain council members seem to attack certain members of this council, particularly the mayor, and just constant verbal attacks. And then it has gone beyond to disparaging members of the public, to the point where members of the community have come before this council filing 030s, asking that the council police itself and take positions at calling for either a censure or an admonishment of a certain council member's behavior after a member of the public has been mocked or disparaged by members of this council. And yet, despite the proof and the requests, the multiple requests by members of the public to have this done, this council majority will continually protect each other and ignore the public's request to address their behaviors. And then it is then swept under the carpet and nothing is done. So I agree 100% with this finding, and that the recommendation about the independent ethics commission, because it has been very visible, the finding that has been put forth by the grand jury. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, there's a finding number 5, and I know some community members had pointed out finding number 5. I don't see it in the packet, and finding number 5 is very similar to number 4. So if we're not going to discuss 5, I'd like to discuss what I wanted to say about 5 now.
We're not on 5, we're on 4.
Yeah.
But it's not in the packet.
It's not. It is. So I'll just fast forward. So there are additional findings within the grand jury report. However, those that are not listed here are not flagged for a city response. And so finding 5, we clarified this for the grand jury, is not a city response item. We do have it in the PowerPoint. You'll remember on July 9th, we talked about it and it was in there, but that's why we're not addressing that, because it is not one that the grand jury asked staff, the organization to respond to.
Thank you. Any more comments on recommendation or finding 4? Vice Mayor Becker?
Yeah, I wanted to make a clarification on, I heard the comments about there's so many 030s that have come before this body about, holding us to higher standards of behavior. And a lot of those, I think, are honestly artificial crises, because the majority of those 030s are coming from either proxies or closely aligned individuals from this body. That is a concern to me. And again, it goes back to wasting staff's time, wasting our council's time. to create petty differences and political vendettas. So I'm glad my colleague brought that up about the 030s. That is an important factor to know when it comes to this council. I know that there was a 030 to censure a member of this council for sending a letter to the governor, and somehow that item never showed back up on our council agenda. It just disappeared. And we talk about holding people accountable. I don't see any accountability in that. At the same time, you know, again, going back to those 030s, it's just to create those headlines. It's to create the headlines so then certain individuals can share those headlines. So if anything, the 030s about behavior were just ways to waste our staff's time and waste our community's time.
Thank you. I agree with the grand jury finding number 4. Some council members have become preoccupied by personal and political vendettas, resulting in verbal attacks, mocking, and disparaging members of the public and community volunteers from the dais without consequence. Council members have ignored the public's request to address their behaviors. Again, the grand jury has watched a lot of meetings. There are links to videos that talk about this and show some of the very egregious acts on this council dais towards members of the public. And I don't care whether you like or dislike a member of the public has a right to come up here and say what they need to say with us without being disparaged, mocked, or verbally attacked, or books read to them. So watch the videos, and I think the grand jury was spot on with this finding, and I don't agree with the staff revision because it says the staff partially disagrees with the finding. For me, there's nothing in this to disagree with. It's 100% true. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I personally think the grand jury was extremely biased. I don't know how the grand jury members were recruited. It seems that there were some people, well, one that was an opponent of mine in the last election, and I don't know, 2 people recused. I don't know who they are. The grand jury doesn't seem to want to reveal that information. When I look at this grand jury report, there are, especially in unsportsmanlike, there were a lot of errors in that report. And in this report, there's also a lot of errors. So I don't know how this grand jury operated. I don't know how it got started. I don't know who made the initial complaint, but I have very serious concerns about the fairness of this grand jury.
City Attorney, do you have those comments?
I do, Mayor. I'm hoping to get a little bit more input kind of back to the work product itself that we're going to for folks who haven't indicated any support or opposition to the draft language that's in front of you. That would be helpful for me to help to categorize this item.
I think you've heard from most of us.
Yeah, but not necessarily. The more comments, then I'm okay with the language. I hadn't heard from Member Park Chahal or Jane about the comfort level with the language. I'd heard from Member Becker and Hardy along those lines, and the mayor and yours and Kathy's thoughts are very clear.
Can you turn on your microphone, please?
I'm fine with this language.
Just in terms of process, these are preliminary indications of your preference so that we can categorize with the ultimate final vote coming later after another round of public comment.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Chahal?
Yes, it's a very balanced language. I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
Okay, next one.
Okay, finding 6, there has not been an employee satisfaction survey since 2019. Simply agreeing with the finding.
Do we do 4A, B, and C? Not do those?
The grand jury requested that we respond to finding 4
Just 4?
only. There are recommendations connected to 4, but actually only a finding
Response to
4.
4? Okay, thank you.
And so that's 6. I will pause there.
That's a short one. Okay.
If there are no comments, I'm going to take that, Mayor, and
Is there anybody opposed to that?
we have consensus. Wow. Okay. Finding 7.
Madam Mayor,
Cities.
Councilmember Shahal has his hand up.
Oh.
Too soon. Oh, now they're all popping up. All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff surveys are important part of for any organization to improve the organization or take a feedback from the staff. So I fully agree with this thing, and we should have this staff survey. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Becker.
Oh, yeah, findings. Oh, okay, I agree with this one. I was waiting for finding 7. So I agree with finding 6.
Thank you. All right, let's move on.
Okay. Finding 7, city staff is exceptionally professional, well-prepared, and consistently maintains their composure regardless of the behaviors exhibited by the council. Staff's behavior is a model for the council. Simple response for the council to consider, simply agreeing with that finding.
Anyone disagree with this? Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with this. And I wanted to take a point of personal privilege to say that I want to thank our city staff for all of your hard work. I know that sometimes we put a lot of work on you, and it may seem extreme, but you guys do deliver. And I think you are probably some of the best staff I've ever seen. On my time when I was on the Planning Commission, I worked with some of the greatest staff that the city has to offer on the planning staff. And I also want to say a shout out to Fiona in the Mayor and Council's office, who does exceptional work in responding to emails on top of everything, making sure council members know what's going on. Our staff, you deserve a lot. And I think between council and your job, sometimes it's a thankless job. And I appreciate all the work you have done. And I hope that, myself and other members of this council can make your jobs a lot better and more efficient. So thank you for your service, and we hope to have a better relationship in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I recognize that this, I would just say biased grand jury report has put an extreme burden on staff. It's caused lots of hours of staff time, thousands of dollars to deal with this. It's unfortunate that we have a staff that is very, very overworked, and this is unfortunate that Santa Clara was the only city in the county that got 2 grand jury reports. And when I talk to other council members, they're like, that's kind of normal for our city. We have contentions between our council members. It's not smooth sailing for every other council in this county, but somehow we got targeted with 2 grand jury reports. And we're the only city that got it. So I applaud staff for taking on this extra burden, and I think they've done an admirable job. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do acknowledge staff's professionalism and composure and responses during the council meetings, and they have been very professional. And I would like to highlight that I may not go with the recommendation at time, but that's a process, because we can have a real process of disagreeing to some recommendation, but that doesn't mean staff is not professional. They have been proved to be very, very professional in dealing with all these years. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I was really happy that the grand jury had this finding and that they observed themselves again through those 400 hours of how our city staff is exceptionally professional, well-prepared, consistently maintains their composure regardless of behaviors exhibited by the council, because there have been times when members of this council have attacked our city staff, and our staff has maintained their composure. They've been, as it's stated here, they have been a model for the council, and they should be commended. And I hope that there will be an employee satisfaction survey to get additional information. At the same time, over the last 4 years, I have to say we have lost staff because of the behaviors on this dais, and that is a sad statement to make, that we have lost good city employees as a result of behaviors of members of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that is unanimous in that respect. So I think now is the time. Is it more public?
No, we were going to continue going through the recommendations. We are currently on slide 37, and we have about 90, so a lot more work to go.
Okay.
Really quickly, just want to note the findings that the organization is not responding to, and I'll turn it over to the city attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. There were a few findings in the report that, as we indicated in the last meeting, we actually followed up with the grand jury on, because they appeared to be particular, to council people, and we thought that maybe they would prefer individual council people to respond to those. But some of those, they made very clear, no, we want, an official collective, city council response as well. And so those have been included, and you've been asked to respond to those. There were a few that they were there where, in fact, only individual council people were asked to respond. And again, while some of those are listed here, we're not tendering those to you because it's not part of what you're being asked to do and the work product. So in the interest of time and narrowing kind of what you're focused on, we're not discussing those because you've already fulfilled your responsibilities by responding to those individually. So on now to recommendations, Madam Mayor.
1 second. Councilmember Park, you have a question about this?
No, I did have a couple of comments on the last finding as well, which is I appreciate Vice Mayor Becker's shout out to Fiona from the staff's office. I think that she has done a really good job of managing all the different things, and she was new. She hit the ground running, and I think she's running still. And I'd like to congratulate her on all the things that she has accomplished while she's been here at the city. I also want to note Councilmember Jane's comment. I think that I'm a little disappointed when I look at the civil grand jury process and what the civil grand jury does and the civil grand jury role. Disappointed that the civil grand jury did not use Santa Clara as part of a larger narrative on problems within the county itself. And attributing a lot of the issues that are faced by almost every city in this county, if not every city in this county, to kind of point out a very small subset of the cities in the county as a problem, when in fact they could have addressed this and used this as an opportunity to push reforms countywide. And I'm a little, again, little confused as to why the civil grand jury wouldn't go for a larger recommendation, a larger report, instead of focusing all their effort on Santa Clara. And especially when, well, I'll not go into the reasons why I think so. You can read my responses, but I'm a little disappointed that we couldn't get more out of the civil grand jury to help the county in general. Thank you.
All right, you can continue, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Now we are on to recommendations with regard to the irreconcilable differences grand jury report. And we will start with recommendation 1A, which was the first recommendation that the city was asked to respond to. And that recommendation is as follows. The city should hire a conflict resolution professional and adopt robust conflict resolution training strategies, and this recommendation should be implemented by October 1st of this year. And so we have a response for you to consider, which is the Santa Clara City Council agrees with this recommendation and it will be implemented, one of the 4 options that you can choose. The city is working to identify an appropriate conflict resolution professional or firm that has experience with elected bodies. The city intends to structure the training in two parts. One, a one-on-one session will be offered to each council member, followed by a group session with the entire city council. Implementation of this resolution may not be feasible by October 1st, given the city's procurement and contracting deadlines. Further, with the impending city council election that will occur on November 5th, 2024, it would be more appropriate and cost efficient for this training to occur in early 2025.
Does anyone disagree with this finding? Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't agree with the finding.
I mean, the recommendation.
Yes, or revision, right? Or, well, I don't know what it is now. Don't confuse me.
It's a grand jury recommendation.
Okay. I agree with it. However, I have a concern. And the biggest concern is, in my response, I stated that the recommendation has not yet been implemented, but will be implemented in the future with a time frame before October 1st, 2024. That was my individual response to the grand jury. I want to make sure that I'm trying to be transparent with them, that I gave them a date. I want to make sure I abide by the date or have a way that I could communicate further that we might have to expand the timeline. My second concern is, I know that is mentioned right on here that November 5th, 2024, there's an election. Seeing that some of us are up for re-election, some of us won't be able to take that training until after the fact. And that gives me the pause for concern of, hopefully that certain individuals on this council or certain individuals of the public will not create the narrative that these council members up for re-election are averting their responsibility from taking these trainings. So with that concern, my other question adds in, if there was an ability for a council member to take a specific training that is being required here, and it won't be able to be done until after October 1st or after the election, is there an ability for a council member to take a training, either getting reimbursed or either the city pays for that? So those are my questions, I guess, for the city attorney or staff about that. But again, I do have that concern that seeing that it's going to happen after November 5th, it may be used as a political weapon against certain members of the city council.
Mayor.
Go ahead and answer that, all of those.
We'll not address the component of that, which is what may happen in an election and what politics may happen around it. I think that there are a couple responses to your statement. One, totally respect in many of these responses that an individual council member response may differ from the collective city council's response. So that will happen. Two, just want to articulate, or three, just want to articulate October 1st is really close for a number of reasons. One, just your normal business calendar. And council knows how difficult it is to schedule special meetings, as well as, you have a fairly packed calendar with Stadium Authority convention and mainly general business. And we try and have your meetings end at a reasonable hour. And unfortunately, they have gone late more frequently than I think is desired. I think third, we know that there is an election where 4 council seats are on the ballot. 1 council member is termed out, so we will at least have 1 new council person. And we really, based on the grand jury report, but also based on staff's experience with the city council, want to develop a fairly tailored training that will be very specific to Santa Clara, very specific to some of the issues that we have. And so we think that it would be best to do that collectively as a body, but add on individual sessions, one-on-one sessions, because council members may have specific questions to ask the expert / trainer. And so doing it after the election is really, from a staff perspective, less about the election and more about the ability to put on the most appropriate training and to cost effectively utilize the public's dollars. And we wouldn't want to need to redo that very quickly after the first of the year.
And through the mayor, to respond to that, I just want to make sure it's clarified for the record that, you know, I understand the situation and timetables and everything, but for the record that I am ready and willing to take this training at any time, at any moment notice. So just want to make sure that's on the record.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I wanted to understand a little bit better about what would satisfy the grand jury in terms of the extensiveness of this training. Like, is it a year-long training or is it a one-day training? What is the sense? Do you have to check with the grand jury of what they think would be sufficient? Because you're expecting behavior change, I guess. And so I imagine that takes multiple sessions. So I wanted to understand budget and time frame for that.
Madam Mayor, council member, if I'm remembering the grand jury report correctly, they do not specify the details, you know, of this training. They just identify the need for it and the desirability, you know, for it. What that looks like, I think, is something that, as City Manager Grogan indicated, is something that we want to develop, you know, professionally and solicit, you know, proposals for to make sure that you're getting a high quality version that potentially is tailored, you know, to your circumstances and your needs. I will now refer it over to Member Grogan as to what he might specifically have in mind for that and what the budget might be for that and the timing.
Thank you, City Attorney. With regard to the budget, just at this point, not ready to propose a budget. I know staff is working on it. But as the City Attorney said, and I said earlier, we really want to curate this training to be specific to Santa Clara. I'll tell you one of the things that some council members have been a part of, and I've seen done in other cities, is a mock council meeting that is put on where the council members aren't sitting on the dais, right? You're actually in the audience, and it's more of a dialogue because there are certain behaviors that are not apparent that can happen that doesn't always, I think, embody what I know the city council wants collectively and the citizens expect. And so we want to curate that based in an informed way with an expert that does trainings for elected bodies. And I know many of you attend League of California Cities trainings and others. And there are some really excellent people that work across the state with elected city councils and that have tension and conflict.
All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because when Councilmember Chahal and I were first on the council, we went up to Sacramento, and that was probably the best one where it was a mock city council, and it just left us on the floor because it was council member my way or the highway, and they were named different things, and it was really fun to watch. And we said maybe showing a good example of a bad example is the best way to make your point. And so I would feel more comfortable with that. I've taken many trainings when we had some problems way back when I was in the 90s, when I was on the Planning Commission. They did also a personality, I guess it wouldn't be a test, but it was more of a quiz as to where your personality was. And then when they met us, they were really surprised how nice most of us were, even though we had very strong opinions. So but I think it can help. And as long as we all are part of the process, I will say for the ethics training I had way back when, I think 2004, for running for election, that was not as useful, and I was concerned about not a good use of the city's funds. So I want to make certain whatever we do that it is appropriate and pointed and a good value for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I agree with the staff revision because I do agree with the recommendation. I look forward to getting the training, but I think it's appropriate that we wait till there is a new council after November 5th, 2024, whoever that may be. And I'm hoping that when we do hire a conflict resolution professional, that they're able to watch some council meetings so that they know what they're working with prior to working with us individually and collectively. And, you know, again, depending on who gets elected in November, if you wanted to start earlier, you can start with those of us who will still be here. But other than that, I think it would be really helpful to have them watch how we operate. But I'm okay with this staff revision and the recommendation. Okay?
Okay.
Right with that?
Moving on to recommendation 1B from the grand jury. Councilmember Park should attend one-on-one conflict resolution training so that he can learn to behave in a manner reflective of an elected official. This recommendation should be implemented by October 1 of this year. Staff has draft language for you that is, in summary, the City Council partially disagrees with this recommendation in that we believe all members of the City Council can benefit from conflict resolution training. As noted in the response to recommendation 1A, the City is working to identify an appropriate conflict resolution professional or firm that has experience with elected bodies. The city intends to structure the training in two parts. One, a one-on-one session that will be offered to each council member, followed by a group session with the entire council. Implementation of this resolution, that actually should say recommendation, may not be feasible by October 1, given the city's procurement and contracting timelines. Further, the impending city council election that will occur on November 5th of this year, it will be more appropriate and cost efficient for the training to occur in early 25. Very similar to the last one, but again, staff wrestled with this, knowing that there may not be a collective sense because it targets, it references a specific individual, and so in the language we proffered to you, it is referencing the entire body.
I disagree with the staff revision and agree that it should fully agree with the recommendation. And that's going to be the same going all the way down the line. Councilmember Jane.
I agree with staff's revision.
Councilmember Hardy.
I too agree with staff's revision.
Anybody else? Okay, we can go on down the line.
I'm going to toss it to the city attorney just to give myself a break.
Is it your same revision? I mean, is it your same revision for each person?
Nothing has changed.
Okay.
So recommendation to a council member Becker.
I'm not doing it? I thought you just said I was going to do it, and then you started doing it.
You're taking too long.
He took it back.
Madam Mayor, recommendation 2A. Councilmember Becker should pledge to attend trainings in parliamentary procedures so that his behavior is more reflective of an elected who is dedicated to the electorate. These recommendations should be implemented by October 1st, 2024. The draft response with very minor tweak to language in this case, just to change it from to the Santa Clara City Council more formally. The proposed language along the same vein as other ones that you've seen, so as not to personalize these things, the Santa Clara City Council partially disagrees with the recommendation in that we believe all members of the City Council should attend training in parliamentary procedures. This is especially true given that the Government and Ethics Committee is recommending that the council amend its meeting management protocols and transition from a system based on Robert's Rules of Order to a system based on Rosenberg's Rules of Order, with modifications tailored to should say conform with other city council adopted and desired policies. And then it says C, response to recommendation 3 below, which is similar. And then from a timing standpoint, the language, given that city council election occurring on November 5th, 2024, the training will be timed to coincide with the new council member onboarding process in early 2025. At that time, it will be offered to all council members. So as Government and Ethics Committee members are intimately aware, and even Madam Mayor, during one of your last sessions on that, staff was in the process of evaluating, meeting management, procedures and protocols. There'd been some work on that in the past that we were trying to update and actually implement. We thought we'd take a step back and look at it more holistically and look at, like a number of jurisdictions have done, taken the very complex, pretty elaborate Roberts rules and try to simplify them to an approach based on Rosenberg's. Really, the essence of the two, systems are very, very similar, and so we're working on that. With that, hopefully going to council to the Government and Ethics Commission in September, their next meeting in just a few weeks, with ultimately that coming back to the council. So that's the nature and context for our response for your consideration on this item, Madam Mayor.
And you're on 2A?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same for the others? Anyways, 2A and B?
Yeah, I think the next few are very similar, and the answers are virtually identical.
Two A and B are identical.
Okay, so we're talking about 2A and also probably B.
A and B.
Are they the same?
And C too, isn't it C the same too? Parliamentary, right?
Yes. A, B, and C are.
Very, very similar, with just different individual council members identified, and we're kind of declining to comment on that and instead responding, we think it's appropriate and useful for everyone, particularly in light of the pending, proposed transition from a Roberts-based system to a Rosenberg-based.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Park?
Just for clarification, as part of the Governance and Ethics Committee, I didn't necessarily recommend the council should move to Rosenberg. I simply voted that it should be taken up by the full council. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. On recommendation 2A, while I disagree with the finding of the civil grand jury and their belief that I need training in parliamentary procedures, which I have proven I do not in the past, I will agree, though, to take the recommendation training because I can always learn more and better educate myself further in parliamentary procedures. Extra education is a good thing, which I believe all council members of the City Council should take advantage of. One of the things I think about with this is, it goes back to recommendation that says to take a pledge. Recently, there's a pledge out there right now that individuals are asking us to take during a campaign. And it seems like there's often a pledge that's been popping up often and requiring a pledge. I know this happened with the POA incident in 2022 as well. It's interesting that constantly these pledges come up, and it's funny because I see that it's focusing on myself and Councilmember Park, I think mainly just to create the headlines because, again, these reports highlight a lot of Becker, Park, and Jane, while the 2022 report highlighted Becker, Chahal, and Hardy. And now the only thing I see in, kind of in common in that is those are election years. Those are years that individuals are up for election. Councilmember Hardy and Chahal in 22, and now Park and Becker and Jane. It's funny how this all comes out. So, but I see a lot about pledges lately, and this is something that I would pledge to do, because as a council member, we are required to take these types of training. We are to understand parliamentary procedures. So I will agree with staff's revision. I agree with Councilmember Park that we should have a discussion about Robert's Rules of Order and Rosenberg's Rules of Order so we can understand it a little better, all of us, because I know not all of us watch the Governance and Ethics meeting. I try to watch them all. I guess I'm just a political junkie that watches too many of our city council meetings and commission meetings. I guess I have no life, but my life is Santa Clara. So, but I do a pledge to take those trainings, and I agree with staff's revision of the language. But again, all this just comes down to headlines. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am going to disagree with the staff, the proposed staff revision. The three recommendations, even though they might be a little bit different, it specifically applies to 3 members of this council, and so therefore the grand jury specifically they had the finding, they made these recommendations for a reason, identifying 3 council members that were should pledge to attend trainings in a parliamentary procedure. So there was a reason why this was all done, and so that's why I disagree. However, I will say that obviously I'm not going to be here in 2025. However, I believe that going forward that this is a great opportunity for those coming on board in 2025 in a new administration, that this would be wholeheartedly beneficial for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I did notice that the conform problem was in most of those, so I like the change to that so that it's real clear that's to conform with other city adopted and desired policies. And I do like council's approach to saying the whole council can benefit from training instead of being specific to certain people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, please.
Madam Mayor, I think the understanding was we bundled those, so I've got some input on 2, A, B, and C. So now on to recommendation 3. Recommendation 3 from the grand jury reads as follows. The City Council should adopt the formal resolution for meeting management procedures developed and presented by staff to the Governance and Ethics Committee meeting on December 4th, 2023. This resolution would tie meeting procedures to the City Code of Ethics and Values and Behavioral Standards for public meetings, codify rules regarding respectful and professional language on the dais, initiate more productive meetings to keep the council and public focused on city business. This recommendation should be implemented by October 1st, 2024. Very similar but a different context to some of the responses on 2A, B, and C. Staff's modified recommendation can be seen on the next slide here with the yellow highlights of the slight tweaks to what was originally proposed in the RTC. Santa Clara City Council agrees with this recommendation, and it will be implemented. At their July 2nd, 2024 Governance and Ethics Committee, the committee heard an item entitled Review Meeting Management Protocol Options and Rosenberg Rules of Order and provide direction to staff. At the meeting, direction was provided to return to the committee with a meeting management protocol based on Rosenberg's Rules of Order. The item is currently scheduled to go before the Governance and Ethics Committee for discussion and adoption on September 16th, 2024. Once considered by the Governance and Ethics Committee, the revised policy will be presented to the full City Council for its consideration and approval. So that maps out where we're at with that, Mayor, whether it ends up being a Rosenberg-based, procedure or something else. There clearly is in the works more formalized meeting management, protocols, and this describes that to the grand jury. The timing is obviously not, the timing that they proposed because these things take, more time, but I think we'll be able to describe that to them, and it indicates that it's in process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I have a question about this one, since the council, I haven't seen this. I don't know what the recommendation is from the Governance and Ethics Committee. So I want to make sure in the response back to the grand jury, it's subject to us looking at it, because some things have come from the Governance and Ethics Committee that don't make any sense to me. So I want to make sure as the, meeting presider that I understand and know what's being presented, because I don't know. So I don't want to agree to something I've never seen.
Yeah.
So is that, are we protected in there that it's subject to what comes
You are, Mayor,
forward?
but I think I can do a better job of protecting you with some addition to the language that indicates expressly that any and all changes proposed by Governance and Ethics Committee will be subject to final approval by the City Council.
I think that is important to put that in there.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
I'll tweak the
Thank you.
language
Since I
accordingly,
haven't
Madam
seen
Mayor.
that.
Yep.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to agree with staff's language on recommendation number 3. Pretty simple. And I think, again, it comes down to what Councilmember Park said, the discussion between Robert's rules and Rosenberg's rules.
All right, anybody else on this? Any opposition to this with new language from the city attorney? Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, Mayor, I just had a quick thought that I appreciate the city attorney, taking into consideration your comment, but I was just going to, just based on previous answers or responses and going forward with the recommendations, that if there was any way that this could be carried over to the new administration so that it could be discussed and no decisions made until that new council comes on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, moving right along to recommendation 4A. The city should establish an independent ethics commission to oversee the behavior of council members and to ensure that they model positive engagement with the public and reclaim the public's trust. This recommendation should be implemented by October 1st of this year and be ongoing. So, minor tweak here, again, just reframing from the council. So the Santa Clara City Council agrees with the recommendation and it will be implemented. That's really connecting to a number of comments that were made at your July 9th meeting with specifically to this recommendation. However, as noted in the grand jury's report, there are several models for how to structure and appoint members to an independent ethics commission. The city will release an RFP, which is a request for proposals, by October 1st of 24 to solicit assistance from a qualified consultant to identify options and best practices for the structure, powers, and duties for such commissions, with the goal of establishing the body in 2025. So aligning to your comments on July 9th and providing a roadmap to do just that.
Does anyone disagree with this? Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to agree with staff's recommendation, and I will support having a commission. However, there's a lot of concerns I have with a commission, mainly because of it could be a weaponization. We've seen how that's been done before. I think it also could be used as a headline maker. And the thing that I noticed the biggest out of all of it was Out of the juries, all the recommendations or examples that they were using of cities with ethics commissions are all major urban metropolitan cities. San Francisco, LA. I mean, can you name a city that's the same comparable size to the city of Santa Clara? No, they could not. It was focused on certain major cities rather than comparing to cities our size. This was brought up before in 2022. Specific individuals on the council had solutions of an ethics committee in the past, and that's a concern. But again, if we do this, I've heard the excuse several times that we can't have governance and, we couldn't have governance and ethics committees in the past meetings because of staff time and we didn't have enough resources. Same thing with the Economic Development Committee meetings for the last 3 years. Same thing with some other of our committee meetings we could not have because there was no staff available or we had to cut back on things. And yet here we are, we want to go put another commission forward. At the same time, Councilmember Jane out there has proposed things like, a NERC for the north side, and that is still taking a back seat. But we want to move forward with certain things that are priorities for other individuals on the city council rather than the priorities as a whole. And I see that. And when I see that staff is having struggles with just the meetings they're already having, we're going to have the same situation on our hands. So what takes priority? And we do have a governance and ethics committee, which I'm proud of what they do. It seems like they were working functionally, they're functioning properly. In fact, there wasn't meetings for that for a long time until the last report mentioned it. And then suddenly now we have the meetings again. I just hope that if we do this, and we do have this ethics commission, that it treats everything in equally, basically an equal enforcement. And the reason why I say that is because, again, we could sit here and say certain people are unethical, certain people don't do certain things, but I want a ethics commission that's going to identify everything equally, from members of the council, not, basically members of this city council that are not named in these reports for the last 3 years. Individuals not reporting their meetings on their calendars. Negative accusations that are made during council meetings, poor behavior. So I hope all these things, and including, not fully compliance on their 700 forms. So I want to see a lot of these things taken up by an ethics commission equally, not we're going to pick this person out of the lineup because maybe they're up for election this year, or we're going to pick this person because, this member of the council doesn't like that member of the council. And I'm afraid of, these commissions being stacked with individuals that would align with a current narrative. And I think that it should be an independent selection process to be an independent ethics commission. So I will agree with the implementation of an independent ethics commission. I do have a lot of those concerns about the ethics commission because comparing to larger cities, we are the small city doing the ethics commission compared to larger cities. But I just hope there's equal enforcement. And I hope there's full transparency. And I hope whoever's on those commissions have to do 700 forms as well and be held to just the exact same high standards that we're held to. But I will be in support of it. But I just want to make sure things work out the right way.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I'm wondering if we have an ethics commission, why we would be just singling out city council members. We have 2 other positions in the city that are also elected, and that's city clerk and police chief. Also, we have commissions and committees where we have members of the public serving and making either recommendations, or in the case of this Planning Commission and the Civil Service, where they're making decisions that the city is beholden to. So if we're going to do this, I don't think we should just limit it, and we should be real clear about what power would be granted this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
If you're taking a poll, I agree with staff's revision.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
I just want to ask clarification for what Vice Mayor Becker said, which is I think you said you agree with the implementation of an ethics commission. I think you actually meant that you agree with the idea of an ethics commission, but I think that the implementation, those details really need to be thought out. And I guess I have a different question, which is I've always understood the difference between a commission, which is kind of under the council, and a committee, which doesn't necessarily have to be under the council, it can be outside of the council. And it explicitly says commission in the recommendation, but my question to staff is there a difference, a distinction?
The different people use commission and committee different ways. I'm not sure.
To be precise.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're necessarily entirely consistent here with how you've described it or your common understanding of it. I think the important thing here that's identified is that it's an independent ethics commission, and commissions is usually how the term I've heard in describing to them, which suggests while they may be, although don't need to be, appointed by the city council, it is a body that acts separate and independent from the city council.
Okay.
Okay, I agree with the staff revision. In 2022, the grand jury that at that time recommended an ethics commission, an ethics advisor. The council turned it down. It went to the Governance and Ethics Committee, came back to the council. The council again turned it down, majority. I'm hoping, what I'm hearing is that we may finally get a majority to move ahead with an independent ethics commission, which of all the commissions, of all the committees, of everything we can do, this by far is the most important thing that we can do for our community, because that's how they look to us. They look for, to trust us and to show the public that they can trust us. This is something that we absolutely need to do. It's really the floor of what we should have done years ago. And I think it's time now to get this done. So I don't want to put a lot of conditions on it. I want it to be an independent ethics commission. It doesn't matter how large or small your city is, it's ethics. We should have ethics in a small city and in a large city. So I think that it's important we move ahead with this as soon as possible. I think that's it. Do we have any? Councilmember Park, your light's still on. Are you? Okay, off. All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Seeing broad support for that, I'm going to, we can move on to recommendation 4B, if folks are ready. Recommendation 4B from the grand jury states that the city should hire an independent ethics professional and adopt robust ethics training strategies supported by policy. This recommendation should be implemented by October 1st, 2024. Fairly lengthy recommendation prepared by staff for your consideration on this one. I will read it. Santa Clara City Council agrees with this recommendation, and it will be implemented. In March 2024, the city conducted a solicitation for a consultant to perform a review of the city ethics documents per council direction. The law firm of Liebert Cassidy Whitmore was selected, and their work is ongoing. The scope of work was based on the city council direction to hire a consultant for the review of existing city ethics documents, for example, behavioral standards of city council members and code of ethics and values. In addition, the scope includes developing recommendations for improvements based on review and benchmarking, a presentation and engagement with Governance and Ethics Committee on recommended changes, and a presentation to the City Council based on Governance and Ethics Committee review. So that describes what's ongoing already. The city anticipates Liebert Cassidy Whitmore to present its work findings to the Governance and Ethics will correct that committee in October 2024. Any amendments will require City Council approval. Training on new amended ethics policies will occur following their implementation, which is anticipated to occur in spring 2024. So, I'm sorry, spring 2025. So, in effect, this is saying that there are elements of this that have started and are ongoing, and that will result in the implementation of this grand jury recommendation. The timing, though, of course, is different, as described in staff's language, for your consideration in council, Madam Mayor.
All right, Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I will agree to this proposed revision, and I support it.
So I have a question, because we hired them to look at what our program is right now. And I don't think that really answers the grand jury recommendation to adopt robust ethics training strategies supported by policy. So are you going to amend their scope of work to adapt to this recommendation?
Yes.
Because you just hired them to look at what we have now.
Right. We hired them, and their current scope of work is to look at what we have now in all of our policies and provide recommendations. And so it is very likely that we may need to amend their scope of work to specifically align to this recommendation. And so they're very close to concluding that first scope of work, and so we're in conversations with them, and then based on their recommendations, may actually require a scope change. But yes, you're absolutely right, Mayor.
Okay, because I'll agree with it as long as we say we need to amend the scope of work to align with this recommendation.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember
Understood,
Jane?
Mayor, and we can make that change, understand what you're asking.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah.
Again, following the poll, I agree with the revision language.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question for the city manager, the city attorney, regarding the discussion about the scope. Who is going to make the decision about the scope, and will it come to the council, the full council, to approve, or how is that going to happen? What will be the process?
Sure. With regard to this one, staff made the decision on the scope of work for the first one, and it is envisioned that staff would make the decision unless it is over signature authority. So unless the total contract goes over $250,000, we would not bring it to the city council. We can certainly share that scope of work with the city council, and back to what the mayor said, we will certainly make notation in this response that the scope may need to be adjusted, but just to comply with our contracting practices, the wording won't be specific to the current contractor, just because we may have to do a new solicitation, and it may be this contractor or a slightly different one. But I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I agree with the proposed language from the staff with the recommended changes you requested. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I didn't quite finish what I was trying to say in the last round, but I do agree with staff's recommendation. And for these ethics trainings and, an independent ethics professional, I do know that I felt always that we should have also had, and we should have now, the same kind of consultant to oversee our elections like we've had in the past that are similar to this.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we can move on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll present item 4C as well. Some lengthy verbiage here, but the recommendation itself is lengthy. The grand jury recommends in 4C, all council members should participate in regular training and counseling with an established outside entity that specializes in government ethics, to implement training seminars and workshops for council members to learn how to maintain collegiality on the dais by using proven techniques and best practices to avoid tense exchanges, bad behavior, misconduct, and incivility, and how the rest of the council can positively influence the behaviors effectively. This recommendation should be implemented by October 1st, 2024, and should be ongoing. Staffs, there's a lot of elements to this, and the original staff, not recommendation, draft consideration for your support is very similar to what's here in proposed staff revision, just with a couple minor tweaks. With your indulgence, I'll read this into the record and for your and public's consideration. Santa Clara City Council agrees with the recommendation and it will be implemented. Implementation of this recommendation may not be feasible by October 1st, given the city's procurement and contracting timelines. Further, with the impending City Council election that will occur on November 5th, 2024, it would be more appropriate and cost-effective for this training to occur in early 2025. That should sound familiar to you because kind of what we're trying to get done for a number of these. Historically, the city has covered the cost for a few members of the City Council to attend the Cal City's Mayors and Council Members Academy. The academy is held annually, but the city has not allocated sufficient funds for all council members to attend if they desire to go. Going forward, the staff will include sufficient funds in the proposed budget for all council members to attend the annual academy. The next sessions are scheduled for January 22, 24, 2025, and January 29th through the 31st, 2025. According to Cal Cities, whether you're a new mayor or city council member, or you've been serving your community for years, this academy is for you. This goes on to describe all the different elements of the academy. I might skip the verbiage, as you can all see, but there's a lot of good stuff in there that very much speaks to some of the elements that are identified in the grand jury recommendation. Finally, this note, in the fall of 2023, the City Attorney's Office conducted a 3-hour in-person AB 1234 training with the City Council. In addition to a majority of council members, more than 80 city staff members and members of the public attended. Topics included ethics generally, local city ethics policies, conflicts of interest, gift limitations, disclosure requirements, open meeting laws, Brown Act, and Public Records Act laws. An updated version of this training will again be provided by the City Attorney's Office sometime in the fall of 2024. So the grand jury kind of recommendation is for outside, assistance with all of this. We've kind of identified what those resources are. Didn't want to omit what I think is an important in-house version of training on a lot of these issues that they're concerned about. And I am in the process of putting together an updated version of this. And if you haven't received it already from the city clerk, she's going to be polling you for your attendance. Again, sometime after the election, in the event that there's at least one new council people, so that they can get the benefit of this as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with staff's language for recommendation 4C. Yes, 4C. I'm glad that you provided the information about what goes on at Cal Cities. I know that a lot of us have taken a lot of these trainings. I know that in my former employer, we had similar trainings from understanding public service, harassment, security, working with your colleagues, legal powers, all those kind of similar to what employers have taken in the past. So I think that I agree with these, and thank you to the city attorney also for the 3-hour presentation you did on ethics that was actually in response to the prior grand jury report. So I appreciate that.
Councilmember Hardy.
I will echo that I thoroughly enjoyed your class, and it didn't seem 3 hours long, and I'm not certain what more you could update.
I guess it seemed 4 hours long.
Okay. I could go back again. I'm going to do better on the quiz this time. So, and the quiz was on legal movies, just so everyone understood. I was wondering about the cost because you mentioned this in January 22, 24, that we have had 1 or 2 council members go before, and I know Councilmember Chahala and I went when we first got on. So are you proposing to make that available to all council members every year, I would like to understand the cost of that. That was my only concern.
Thank you. I agree with the recommendation of the grand jury that all council members should participate in regular training and counseling with an entity that specializes in government ethics. And it goes on to talk about that. All of us take the AB 1, 2, 3, 4 training every year. Most of us have gone to the league sessions on mayor and council classes and events, but it hasn't done any good with this council. It hasn't been effective. And I think what the grand jury is saying is that we need specific training with proven techniques and best practices to avoid tense exchanges, bad behavior, misconduct, and incivility, especially with our public. So I think it's a lot more than just attending league or going through mandatory AB 1, 2, 3, 4 training, because it hasn't worked. And I think we need special training. If this council will still be the council going forward after this election, we're going to need special training from an ethics professional on how to operate. So I don't agree with the staff recommendation, but I do agree with the grand jury recommendation. Anyone else? All right. Councilmember Park.
So I want to clarify, AB 1234 training is required every other year. And I think that having training every year would be a good thing. I do have some concerns, which is we're saying that we would allocate budget for all council members to go to the training every year. I don't know if that was specified like every year or every other year as required as required, and then use AB 1234 training, 1234 training from the city to fill the gap years, which I think would be a little bit more cost effective. And that being the case, it would seem that during, every other year, we would send people to academy, or we would send people to the training that Cal City puts on, and every other year, we would host our own. But I feel like having both every year would be overkill. I mean, I thought that the really good thing about AB 1234 training that the city attorney put on is that a lot of people got to participate. A lot of people got to see kind of the flavor of what goes on there. But again, I feel that if the purpose is entertainment and getting the public involved, that would be a very good way to do it. If the purpose is getting and keeping council on track for ethics, perhaps there is a better way and a better schedule to create for this, understanding that now we have two avenues for people to take AB 1234 training, which is through Cal Cities, which we are allocating budget for, and also through the city, meaning for the requirements of every other year, I think that maybe we should allocate every other year for, maybe the election year or the year after election year. And then the years that are off election years, or the years that follow, we would have the training and make that available for everyone. But it doesn't make sense to do all every year, budget everything every year. Comment.
City Manager?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a note, I think everyone has said, and certainly staff agrees, that there should be curated, specialized training by experts, given our experience and dynamics on the City Council. There's also a role for the very good trainings that happen at professional conferences. And in this case, that's Cal Cities, the League of California Cities, that council members from across the state go to And there's also a benefit of attending those conferences because as sitting council members or newly elected council members, there's a significant benefit to the interface, interaction, and learning that occurs at conferences, not just on this topic, but other sessions, as well as that interaction from your colleagues across the state that may be dealing with similar tensions and conflicts and dynamics on their council. With regard to the budget, certainly there is a budgetary implication in allocating enough funds for council members to attend trainings on an annual basis. Don't want to undercut the importance of the financial responsibility that's entrusted to us. However, I will say that it is not uncommon for cities to allocate funds where their entire council can go to the League of California Cities Conference. And certainly with the new council member training that occurs, they offer that after an election year, both in Northern and Southern California. And so if members elect to attend the Northern California training, there's a cost savings to that. But I would also say that as the governing body for the city of Santa Clara, investing in trainings, even if that requires an allocation that allows every council member to attend a statewide training a year, I think would be money well budgeted and well allocated, given that you're the governing body for a $1.3 billion municipal corporation.
Those league sessions are great for council members overall, but this recommendation calls specifically for outside entity that specializes in government ethics. So that's different than just going to a league conference that teaches you how to do all kinds of things. So I think we're talking apples and oranges here. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I preferred the in-person training to the online training because it also covered our code of behavioral standards, which you wouldn't get from the 1, 2, 3, 4 training. So I know that we're going to have an ethics consultant and an ethics commission, so maybe there's some overlap there, but the tailored training that we got in person was good because it covered the behavioral standards.
All right. Let's move on.
We are moving on to recommendation 6, nearing the end. So recommendation 6 from the grand jury is the city should conduct an annual employee satisfaction survey administered by a third party, which can be answered anonymously. This recommendation should be implemented by October 1 of this year and should occur annually. No disagreement there. The proposed language for you is that the Santa Clara City Council agrees with this recommendation. The city has conducted a procurement process and hired a third party to do an employee survey in fiscal year 18-19 and agrees that another employee survey is warranted. Staff will conduct a procurement process with the goal of having an employee survey conducted within the next 6 months. Just a little bit more articulation. Absolutely, staff agrees. There is a benefit to having a company do it. Certainly, we can tilt up an internal survey, but really to have that confidence in the workforce that it's truly something that can be answered anonymously is really important. And the dynamics on council does absolutely have an impact on staff. And I think going through our normal procurement process will also allow time to sort of disassociate the employee survey from the grand jury report and some dynamics on council and let our employees know that what we're really implementing is returning to what was stopped due to COVID and more of our normal organizational employee satisfaction surveys to inform and to improve us as an employer.
I agree with this. I just want the findings of the survey presented to the city council. It's the only way we're going to know.
Sure. In an anonymized fashion with appropriate information being conveyed in the appropriate setting, I think we can do that. I do think that certainly articulating that to employees. We want time to have the conversation to employees. You know, one of the things when people fill out a survey, they want to know what's going to happen to it, and so certainly if it's provided to council or potentially even made public at some point, we want to make sure that we can fully convey that. But understood.
I'm not sure what you just said, but I just want to make sure that the results are delivered to the city council. Thank you. All right. Anyone else on this? I'm okay with it as long as we add that in.
I'm just noting for my bundling purposes here, Mayor, there's general acceptance of the recommendation 6.
Yes.
Okay, recommendation 7, the city should commend city staff for their exemplary work, ethics, and professionalism, and the recommendation should be implemented by August 1 of this year. And so the draft language, the Santa Clara City Council agrees with this recommendation. It will be implemented by way of a formal city council resolution to be presented and adopted at a city council meeting in September. And the adopted resolution will then be distributed to all staff.
Are you writing this resolution, or would you like us to write this resolution?
I do not, staff does not intend to draft the resolution.
We'll create it. Thank
Certainly,
you.
through the mayor or council can select a committee or
We don't need a committee. We'll present something. Yes. Okay. I agree with that.
Okay, and that concludes our recommendations. There are a number of other recommendations in the report similar to the findings that we would just like to highlight that are not being addressed tonight because those were not designated by the grand jury to be responded to by the city council or the organization. And so those are included in this presentation. They were also noted at our July 9th meeting. Fiscal impact, there's no fiscal impact related to sending the response to the grand jury outside of normal administrative time. However, implementing the recommendations, a number of which we talked about, will certainly have a fiscal impact. And as we fully envelop those and bring them forward subsequently, you will see that impact. That financial impact and budgetary allocations may be necessary. And then recommendation to discuss and approve a final response to the grand jury entitled, the grand jury report entitled Irreconcilable Differences, Santa Clara City Council, and direct the city attorney and authority council to prepare a formal response consistent with your direction here tonight. And authorize the mayor and the authority chair to submit the city's response to the grand jury in the form approved, subject only to finalization of the response language as directed and any technical conforming non-substantive modifications approved by the city attorney to the Honorable Beth McGowan, presiding judge for California County of Santa Clara, no later than the required date of September 10th.
Madam Mayor, excuse me, you had some hands up following recommendation 7. Just wanted to note that for you.
Is that Councilmember Hardy and Park? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I didn't see those earlier, Councilmember Hardy.
I just wanted to make certain any resolution for commending staff is signed by all council members, as we used to do for resolutions and proclamations when I was first on the council.
I don't remember that, but okay. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to make that comment as well, which is I believe that, I mean, when I first joined, we had council signatures because we used to have our signatures on more things than we do now. But I have a bigger question, which is I heard that we will not have a committee. But my question is, if we don't have a committee, how will council draft something to resolve? Meaning, at some point, we are not going to come up with something. I don't think that it's appropriate that staff does the writing for everyone. It seems that It should come from full council, perhaps anonymous input to staff, and staff can come up with something, but, I mean, there has to be some sort of process, and I feel like we've just glossed over it with a comment of we won't have the committee.
Councilmember Park, would you like to be on the committee? I was just trying to be efficient, but if you want a committee, are you volunteering? Would you want 2 or 3 people on this committee?
I think that, if we could have 3 people to, perhaps, I don't know, with the
Would you like
charter
to
of
chair
gathering
the
input.
committee? Would you like to chair it?
I would not like to chair the committee, but if other people would like to be part of the committee, I have no problem sharing the responsibility with them.
Okay, very good. Is there, Vice Mayor Becker, would you like to be on the committee?
Yes, I would like to be on the
Okay,
volunteer, and I
so
will
we've got
volunteer.
Councilmember Park, Vice Mayor Becker. Is there a third person that would like to be on the committee? Karen? Councilmember Hardy? There, you've got a committee to draft the resolution. When is it due, City Attorney?
Madam Mayor, we talked about getting it on, according to this response, a council meeting in September. I'll look to the
We have one
city
next
manager if
Tuesday.
that
Is
can
it
be done.
too soon for that? So the second meeting?
Second meeting in
I
September.
would just want to give them their deadline of when they have this resolution done.
Yeah, so is the idea now
When's our
with-
second meeting in September? The 24th, so when would you, can we work backwards, just so they know, and they can plan their committee meeting?
Want to come up with a date, and I've got a question.
Sure. I'll actually turn to the city clerk for our agenda posting deadline.
You said it was the 24th is our next meeting? I mean,
Let's do the
second
Monday.
meeting?
I think the Monday prior would be best.
Yeah, the 16th, September 16th. That would be the Monday.
So a little less than 2 weeks. So does everybody, are you okay with that?
Yeah,
Okay. Kevin, you okay with that?
No, I have a hand up.
I was kind of trying to finish, so, yeah, I'm amenable
Okay.
to that. I will have availability to meet with the 2 individuals listed to go over our response. And then I do want to go back for a second, what Councilmember Hardy just said a moment ago about all of our signatures on a form. I know that there was saying that there was no memorization of that. In fact, I remember the first couple weeks I was on the city council and I was sworn in the council offices right over here, they had a resolution out there set up for everybody, and I was one of the last members to have to sign that. And a majority of the city council already signed it, from the mayor all the way down to, I was, like I said, I'm the last one that had to sign. So I know it's been done in the past, and it should be done this time too.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I want to go back to the dates, meaning if I read recommendation 7, it says recommendation should be implemented by the 1st of August, 2024, which has already passed, so we already missed that deadline. And if we look at proposed staff revision says, by way of formal city council resolution to be presented and adopted at the city council meeting in September 2024. But this response hasn't even been given yet. Like, I don't understand why we need to rush that, especially when we're given, like, it's kind of clear we have not really thought about implementation of how this would get done. But I think a simpler thing for me would seem to be that why don't we just push the date? Meaning we've missed the original recommendation date. We have yet to file to send this response. Why don't we just come up with a response that gives us appropriate time and appropriate consideration instead of trying to rush it in a meeting because our draft says September 2024. I mean, I don't see a reason for this rush. I think that if everyone notes that this is going to happen, and we don't have a deadline other than a deadline that we impose upon ourselves, then I feel that we should do the appropriate and good thing and give ourselves the time to make this successful and good. I mean, at some point, I don't see a problem with saying November or October.
Approximately 2 weeks to do it, so you don't feel you can write the resolution committee in 2 weeks?
No, I'm saying there's no reason why it needs to have a 2-week time. There's no reason why that has to be there.
I'm going to ask the committee to weigh in on that, so, since I'm not on it. Committee members?
I mean, I understand where Councilmember Park is coming from. I don't want to rush something as well, but I do see that they gave us a deadline of August 1st. It's kind of like when your bill's due. If it was due on August 1st, you kind of want to pay that bill as soon as possible. if you're not able to make that bill in that time. So I kind of want to try to stay within the time frame. I don't want to go too far out from what they wanted us to do, but I also want to be as fair as possible. So I mean, I'm flexible to meet any time. I'm open to that, but again, I think time is of the essence, and I think it'd be better sooner than later.
Party?
I will make the point that the Art and Wine Festival is the 14th and 15th, and saying to have this done by the 17th probably should be able to, but I am in charge of a booth. We'll see. But I would agree that we are not stuck to a certain time frame. We just want to do it in a timely manner.
Well, I would suggest the committee pick a date that suits all of you to have this completed, and then we can move on.
Madam Mayor, if I might suggest, just in terms of process and requirement, we are supposed to indicate a date, so we do want to indicate
Yeah,
some
that's why
date.
I'm trying to get a date,
Yep.
so.
And if there's a desire to have some, flexibility, you could say by, at a city council meeting no later than October.
Yes, I'm thinking of October 8th. That is the first council meeting in the month of October. Would that be fair, Councilmember Park?
I prefer the city attorney's wording of no later than meeting in October. I think that gives appropriate time for anything else that might come up.
Okay, then no later than a meeting in October.
We'll make the appropriate change in the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Very good. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Watanabe. Sorry, I'm going into a daze now.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add, the only time that we have as a council in the past signed a document where everybody signs has to do with letters of condolences that go out to the families of members of the city that have passed away, and the council has always signed a letter of condolence to the family, and that in my 8 years, that is the only time that that any council has signed a document that has everybody's signature on it. Thank you.
All right. I think that's it for us now.
Yes. Mayor, we, after the, going through each of the items individually, we said that we would take public comment. I will ask, Mayor, do you want to take a small recess now or after public comment?
I would maybe after public comment, because I know we have that other report, and I'm hoping we defer that till tomorrow.
Okay.
The other report, because this is a lot in one night. So let's have public comment in case there are members of the public would like to go home. Public comment, and then we can take a small break, if that's okay, for our staff. A comfort break. All right. So now, members of the public that would like to speak, we can start with Kirk. Oh, I saw you on and off. Is that from before? Is for now. Okay. Please come forward. Welcome back.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Councilmember Jane continues to criticize the grand jury's integrity with admittedly no evidence. The reason you have 3 grand jury reports in 2 years is because of this compromised majority. To hear Hardy say she doesn't think it's fair or it's her responsibility to hold others accountable is hypocritical, since she voted to admonish the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe. And why didn't she uphold her legal requirement to respond to the grand jury report? Finding 4, mocking behavior has occurred in these chambers, from the dais, from Councilmember Becker. Becker literally slandered me and Dr. Shanks. Yet no one has held him accountable. And the same with Vice Mayor Park. No accountability, no apology, nothing. You need to agree with the finding on number 4, not just that kind of fluffiness that everybody needs to do better. Councilmember Becker should not be making accusations without proof, yet he continually does so. In 1C, saying he agrees, yet it does not apply to him. That's like nonsensical. Becker uses language that is demeaning, supposed constituent. What is that? You either constituent, you're not. Supposed constituent is just obnoxious. Becker, the felony indicted member of this council, is concerned about the Ethics Commission's formation and its makeup. Now that's a shocker. Becker continues to make faces when the mayor speaks, and even did it when the Ethics Commission was being discussed by her. It was literally what the grand jury reported, rolling his eyes and looking up at the ceiling. How shameful and disgraceful, and this council does nothing to hold each other accountable, and that's what an Ethics Commission does, period.
Thank you. Howard, come forward, please. Welcome back.
Okay. Your first part of your presentation, number 6, when you were talking about some of the ethics and all that, Park and Harding on back when we were you were talking about electing the chief of police and the clerk. You wanted to eliminate them. You guys that night were deciding to spend $600,000 of the taxpayers' money, and I came into here talking about how important it is to have an elected chief of police. That way that person is responsible to the citizens and everybody in the city, not to a politician or somebody else. Those two down there at the end laughed and joked and made snickering marks when I gave my testimony about having a sawed-off rifle pointed at me and my money taken from me. You two thought it was funny. That is ethically disgusting, and I will do everything I can do, pardon me, to make sure both of you don't get elected again. I know both of you are up, and I will tell everybody how disgusting you guys snickered. You roll your eyes at people. You did it tonight when they're talking to you. You guys are disgusting. You need to resign. And anytime you make fun of somebody getting a gun stuck to them and their money taken and their life affected for the rest of my life, I still have nightmares today of that. And you guys snickered about it, you little girls. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Howard. We have Brian next. Welcome back.
Brian Doyle, Council District 5. I could go into some of the things that you've said. I don't agree with them. The whining about people not talking to each other. Many of you stopped talking to me after the 49ers got to you. You talked to the 49ers and stopped talking to me. You wouldn't tell me what they were telling you, and you plotted with them. Sometimes karma comes back to you. But surprisingly enough, on a positive note, I agree with you, Councilmember Hardy. I think the jurisdiction of the Independent Ethics Commission should be expanded. I support the creation, along with the mayor's recommendation. She strongly recommends the Independent Ethics Commission. While the city of Santa Clara may be smaller than other cities with ethics commissions, it has a much bigger scope of municipal responsibilities, including a stadium and a convention center. I strongly urge that the jurisdiction of the Independent Ethics Commission include all elected and appointed officers, as well as consultants, including designated stadium management company officials. They need to be subject to the Ethics Commission as well, since they severely violate state ethics laws. It's very clear the FPPC does not have the resources to adequately deal with the levels of corruption in California. The council should not be the judges of their own violations. I think an independent commission is the way to go here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come forward, please. Welcome.
Sorry. My name's Eric Jensen. I'm here to talk about what I've seen today. I'm surprised, having watched this, that you have discussions about ethics, yet the problems that I've seen outlined are all behavioral. Outside of this chamber, I believe most people would consider an ethics violation as being something where someone is taking public money or using public goods and services and labor to do something that is not in the interest of the public, but in their own interest. So I feel that, having seen this, sorry, I'm nervous, that this report was issued, well, first of all, the grand jury could have chosen from a wide variety of things to investigate. Yet they chose to look at the behavior of this council. They could be looking at crime, homelessness, various other aspects of our life here that are not ideal.
Can you speak in the mic? Sorry, so everyone at home
Sure, I'm
can
a
hear
little
you as
tall,
well.
so-
Thank you. I know.
So instead of looking at these real problems in the city, they're looking at behavioral issues on the council, which could easily be solved by you people directly without their help. And also these findings have all been using cherry-picked data and have often assigned thoughts and feelings to people that they could not possibly understand. So my feeling is that this report was a political job, and I feel that instead of wasting more time, lawyers' times and staff time, we should be kicking it to the curb and getting on with the business of the people and not doing political favors for certain members of this council. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Please come forward. Welcome back.
This process was not transparent, and the grand jury failed to seek a full picture of the behavior of all council members. No one asked me to provide video links, of which I could have provided many, of the disrespectful behavior targeted both at me and at many people with whom I have spoken, not included in this report. This disrespectful, non-collaborative behavior was evident at the very first meeting of the current council in December of 2020. Now, I'm not a lawyer, I don't even play a lawyer on TV, but I was shocked by the behavior of the then city attorney who provided absolutely false information about legal requirements related to conflict of interest, an ethical issue. I first became involved in Santa Clara politics in 2007 with the announcement that the 49ers would seek a public subsidy from the city of Santa Clara for a football stadium. I was one of the people who led the effort to oppose the public subsidy. What became quickly evident to me was that there was an old guard political machine that had controlled politics in Santa Clara for decades. And because this political machine wanted the public subsidy, those of us who were opposed, including me, were targeted with harassment and abuse from the machine, including people who have been on this city council for 8 years, a blogger who regularly produced defamatory content and harassed people at their places of employment. And I am well assured that this behavior continues today. It's why a previous city council wasted $6 million of taxpayer dollars in a futile effort to oppose the CVRA lawsuit. They wanted to preserve the machine's power. Now that we have a more diverse council and more representative of the city, the harassment from this old guard machine continues. But this attempt at weaponizing a grand jury for political gain is a new and surprising tool. The behavior we've seen it even tonight in the public people who claim to represent the mayor, the special advisor for the mayor, continuing those attacks on the council. That is the behavior that needs to stop.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the audience? Wanda, we had Wanda. Hello, Wanda? There you go.
Mayor and council, in spite of the differences showing obvious anger and hurt feelings in the addressing of the report, I think we need to move on past that. And in spite of it, I think it's one of your best meetings ever tonight. Okay? It may sound funny, with all that's been said, but particularly regarding the response to recommendations. And there's still a lot to figure out to make that independent and fair. But It's a good plan moving forward. It's so positive for everyone in our city, and I thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Is there anybody else online, City Clerk? No? Okay, so we are now going to take, let's see, what time is it? 8:30, a 15-minute comfort break, and we'll be back at 8:45. And we'll finish up this report. Thank you. Okay, if everyone could please take their seats. Do we know where the city manager is? Sure. All right, we're going to move ahead now with the analysis and the summary of our discussions from all the findings and recommendations. City manager or city attorney? City attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll tag team this, but I'll start off. As I indicated, one of the things I was trying to do as we were going through these one by one is to get them into categories. And I think I was successfully able to do that. You're about to be the judge as to whether or not that's true. Mayor, my thought was we'd go through findings first, as we did initially, and then go through recommendations first, with me reading in batches, with the city manager putting up on the screen the findings that fall within the categories for your action. The categories are for findings, those where there appeared to be, or I was able to measure 100% support, right? There's a couple of those. And then there's a number of them where there appeared to be, or I was able to measure majority support. And that those will be acted on, separately in batches as we read them off. There's one unique category under findings where there appeared to be a little bit of ongoing consideration of whether or not just the finding would be made or the finding plus the explanation. And that might require some additional, conversations, we'll see. But those are the categories for findings. On recommendations, Mayor, with a couple little tweaks that I'll highlight, there's really only two categories. It's what appears to be or was measured to be 100% support, as presented, and another category of majority support. So with your approval and consensus, Mayor, we can dive into that right now.
So let's take them group by group, and then we'll vote on the group after you're done with the group. Can we do that?
Yep, okay. That's the thought, Mayor.
Thanks.
Yep, better said. So findings. There appears to be 100% support for finding 6 and finding 7. And excuse us as we kind of jump to these. Finding 6 is a very simple statement that the City Council agrees with this finding, and finding 7 is a very simple statement that the city agrees with this finding. So that's the first, that was easy. That's the first batch for your consideration. Finding 6 relates to the fact that there has not been an employee satisfaction survey since 2019, and finding 7 refers to the complement of staff.
All right, do I have a motion on that to approve those two findings?
Motion?
Can't raise my hand.
Motion,
Second.
second.
I have a comment.
Is that, Raj, thank you for the second, right? Is that a second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, comments? I heard you, Councilmember Jane.
I can't
hear
raise
you.
my hand, so I have to speak up. I don't know what happened. Okay, I just agree with the mayor that the employee satisfaction survey should be available to the council so that we can see the results of the
I
survey.
thought that was part of it. That's going to be the finding. This is just the recommendation.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
That'll be part of the finding.
Yeah, this is just the finding.
Got it.
Oh, this is just the
Yeah,
finding,
this is
not
just
the
the finding. This is
recommendation.
finding 6 and 7, not the recommendation.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the findings of 6 and 7. Is there questions from someone? Okay.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Oh, did you get Councilmember Chahal? Yes. Okay. That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The next bundle, if you will, we're still talking about the findings now, are findings where, based on interactions and conversations and communications that you made that I was keeping track of, there appears to be majority or greater support for the staff's draft of the finding as presented to you. However, there did not appear to be unanimous support. So these items include finding 1C, the petty grievances and engage in squabbles with elected officials, with the language being partially disagrees. If you remember there, I can read it all, or if you're familiar with it, I won't read it all. People, okay, it looks like with me not reading it all, you remember. Item 2, finding 2, which is with respect to members Becker, Park, and Chahal regarding parliamentary procedures. And then, if you remember, the actual proposed recommendation is that we disagree with explanations regarding individual responses not being what's being presented, but that acknowledging that this is, that the mayor deserves deference and that there's the majority right to overturn rulings on procedures. Then there is finding number 3. Some council members do not uphold their responsibility to conduct city's business professionally and efficiently. And if you recall, staff's draft to finding number 3 was partial agreement with the notion that the issue is not limited to only some council members, and that the acknowledgement from time to time, more frequently than is with member Park's recommendation, desirable as opposed to acceptable behavior of city council members, both collectively and individually, do not adhere to best practices. Then there's finding number 4. Some council members have been preoccupied by personal political vendettas, goes on to talk about that. And then staff's proposed draft language is city council partially disagrees. Again, with the similar theme, does not believe that it's appropriate to provide an opinion on the motivations for individual council members' actions or non-actions, but that we speaking, do agree that that type of behavior is not appropriate, behavior. And that is it for that category, where there appeared to be majority support as drafted, but not unanimous support. So, Mayor, I would tender to you for motion second, as you might solicit action on this bundle.
Do I have a motion on this one?
So move.
What are you moving? What are you moving? Because this
I
one is
so
not
moved
a unanimous thing. so-
1C, 4, 1C, 2, 3, and 4.
I'll second that.
Are you moving the proposed
Yes.
revision of the staff?
Yes,
That's what I'm
from the
waiting to
staff
hear.
revision.
And I'll second that.
All right, there's a motion and a second for the proposed revision by staff.
Yeah, with the tweak on language. Sorry, with the tweak on language from appropriate to desirable.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. So that passes 5-2.
The final category and finding that's a little bit different, where there was, I think, general agreement regarding the finding, but a difference of opinion regarding whether or not there should simply be agreement or whether there should be additional context is items 1A and 1B. Item 1A, the finding is that the working relationships among council members and the mayor are broken. With the proposed language that the city council agrees with this finding, but that then there's a series of discussions here about there's mostly agreement without contentious debate, and that there's a routine attendance of events where there's exhibited mutual respect and professionalism. Then the last paragraph acknowledges that the working relationships among the divided council are not good, and that longstanding grievances do impede the council's ability to conduct the city's business professionally, particularly where structure of government, ethics, and stadium issues are involved. There's a couple different opinions and nuances to this, of parts that people liked and parts that people didn't. But back to you, Madam Mayor, on how.
I'm sorry, what was that? 1A and B?
Yeah, we're doing 1A first, because I think they
Oh, you
might be
want 'em
treated a little differently.
individually. Okay,
Yeah.
1A.
And there's a correction of a typo that Member Park caught for us that, of course, will be implemented in whatever final language you have.
All right, so finding 1A, is there a motion?
I'll move approval of the proposed revision with that correction. And, yeah.
I'll second that.
So that's a motion with the proposed staff revision with correction, correct? Okay. Sorry, City Clerk, there's going to be a lot of individual votes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
No, and that passes 5-2.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Similarly, on finding 1B, some council members do not adhere to the city's adopted ethical and behavioral standards while conducting city business on the dais. Similar debate on this item as to whether or not simple agreement or whether or not context, should be added. Staff's language for your consideration agrees with the finding, but notes City Council acknowledges that from time to time and more frequently than is desirable. The behavior of City Council members, both collectively and individually, does not adhere to the behavioral standards outlined in the city policies. For yours and council consideration, Madam Mayor.
All right, is there a motion on this one?
I'd like to so move with the change of acceptable to desirable with the staff draft response.
I'll second.
Motion and a second with the staff response, with the change of, I think, a word. Is it acceptable to desirable or desirable to acceptable?
It's acceptable to desirable, Madam Mayor.
Okay. With the word change?
Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
No, and that passes 5-2. City Attorney?
Very good, Madam Mayor. On to recommendations. This first bundle are ones where it appeared or I was able to measure that there was 100% support. And there's a few tweaks, here and there that I'll address as we go through, but there appeared to be consensus around the tweaks. Recommendation 1A, and we'll go through all of these in the bundle because there appears to be 100% support. 1A, the recommendation is the city should hire a conflict resolution professional and adopt robust conflict resolution training strategies by October 1st, 2024. The draft's proposed language has the council agreeing and that it will be implemented with a description here of how we're going to go about doing this. including timing more realistically, not by October 1st, but following the election proposed for early 2025.
That's correct.
The next item is, I'm sorry, it should say recommendation, not resolution. Yeah, so a language correction here as well. And we'll, if I don't mention it, we'll spin over these to make sure, language is correct as well, but good to identify now. Next item in 1B is the one-on-one conflict resolution training for Member Park by October 1st, 2024. If you remember staff's proposal was to disagree. Oh, shoot.
No, this was not a 100%
This should not go,
agree.
sorry, this does not go in the 100% support.
No.
This goes in majority support. My mistake. Let's hold this one and go to item 3. This is a formal resolution on meeting management procedures with the idea that that would be implemented by October 1st, 2024. And the staff's proposed language has agreeing with the recommendation and that it would be implemented with a little bit of context on where the current meeting management protocols are in the process with government and ethics, and the idea that this is going to be scheduled before to go before them on September 16th, 2024. There's language here that it would then go to the City Council. Mayor, I will add very clear language that says any of this is subject to final City Council approval. The next item is 4A. The recommendation by the grand jury is that the city should establish an independent ethics commission to oversee the behavior of council members and assure all of these things. Staff's draft language, I'm doing it now, has the city council agreeing with this recommendation, saying that it will be implemented, but noting that there's several models for how to structure and appoint members to an independent ethics commission, and timing for a release of an RFP to solicit assistance from qualified consultants to identify options and best practices for the structure, powers, and duties for such commission, with the goal of establishing this body in 2025. I know there's a number of comments from different folks about what this ethics commission might look like and what its jurisdiction might be. I don't know that you need to say all of that to the grand jury. That's clearly going to be a subject of this scope of work and for your discussions going forward. So I think, based on what I heard from you and obviously staff understanding that there's an interest in any number of different approaches on this, that this is presented consistent with what I perceive to be 100% support. Item 4B is independent ethics professional to adopt robust ethics training strategies supported by policy to be implemented by October 1st. Also support for this with pretty long language here about kind of where we're at, with this. There's an understanding that there may be need to be tweaks to scope of the existing contract or a different contract with another professional that will build into this language. But with that understanding, my understanding was that there was 100% council support, for this. The next item is finding 6.
I'm sorry, could you go back to 4B again?
Yes, 4B, they're the ones, where there were proposed tweaks to the scope of work or, additional scopes with another professional, as the city manager identified. And I didn't give exact language on this, Mayor, but I'm comfortable I'll be able to implement that to reflect that appropriately.
We're going to amend the scope to align with this recommendation?
Is that what we?
I just want to make sure before you vote on this one.
Yeah. We may very well amend the scope with the current contractor, or we may seek another contractor. Just in your language, I don't want to promise a contractor an amended scope. We'll talk to them and we may utilize them or another vendor.
I'm just, it doesn't matter who, I think at this point, I just want to make sure the scope aligns with this recommendation.
Yes.
Because what you had, your scope for who you, that was a different scope.
Very good.
I just want to make sure that's clear so I can vote on it.
I agree, Mayor, that will be included, and I think there was consensus on that as well. What are we on now? Item 6, recommendation number 6.
4C?
4C, I have in a different category, Madam Mayor. I've got that in majority support.
All right.
I've got item 6, which is, what's the finding itself? City should conduct annual employee satisfaction survey administered by a third party, should be implemented by October 1st. Our response is, you agree with this recommendation, and that we've conducted a procurement process to do this. Oh, we did it, it's some history, we did it in the past, and we will conduct a procurement process with the goal of having an employee survey completed within the next 6 months. The thing that the council wanted included in this that doesn't really need to be included in how you respond to the grand jury, but staff accepts as an understanding that at least in some way, shape, or form, these results will be shared with you. There may be some sensitivity to that, but we'll make sure that they're an appropriate version of this is
We want the results
shared.
shared with us.
Yeah.
Not in any, truncated version or edited version. I want the whole, whatever was put out there, shared with the council, whether it's in closed session or whatever, but I want to make sure we see it.
Yeah, I don't know that I can solve that in closed session, Mayor, so I guess I'd
it might
ask
be open
for
session.
some deference to how we present
Without
that in order
names.
to protect anonymity.
Yeah, it's the how and ensuring that they're anonymized.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we see whatever
But
the result of it.
we've heard that consensus on that. I would suggest we not include that here, Mayor. That's more of a matter of internal affairs.
Would that be a
So,
separate?
but that's clearly understood. The last item is recommendation 7, in this category anyway. City shall commend staff for the exemplary work. You had a good discussion about that. There's a committee, now ad hoc committee, formed to develop that. We have no later than, there's the last regular council meeting in October is October 22nd, so we'll add the timing, amend the timing to reflect by no later than the October 22nd city council meeting. So that is the list, Mayor, of the 100% support items for your and council's consideration.
All right, is there a motion for this?
So be it, and I would like, yes, make a motion for items 1A, 3, recommendations 1A, 3, recommendation 4, 4A, 4B, recommendation 6 and 7. And curious question, City Attorney, would the thing about the release of the survey results to City Council, would that be a separate motion, or is that something that staff could take internally?
I don't think we need a separate motion on that. We understand where you're coming from, and we'll make sure we develop an appropriate
I
approach.
just want to memorialize it. Is there a problem putting it in this motion?
With direction to staff to provide for a report to council on the results.
I'll take that.
All right,
Thank you,
is there a
City Attorney.
second?
Second.
All right, motion second.
Can you repeat the items, the recommendations?
Yeah, it is item recommendations 1A, recommendation 3, recommendation 4A, recommendation 4B, recommendation 6, and recommendation 7.
That's what I've got too.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last action is the bundle of recommendations where there appeared to be majority council support or greater, but with some opposition. And so this will give those opposed an opportunity to express their opposition. These recommendations include item 1B. This is the one-on-one conflict resolution training. Staff's language depersonalizes that, agrees that the recommendation is appropriate for all members of the council, and indicates that staff's in the process of identifying an appropriate conflict resolution professional with the scope of work, with the implementation, and timing in light of the procurement requirements and election to be early 2025. So that's that item 1B. Item 2A is next. The finding is Councilmember Becker to attend training on parliamentary procedures. I'm sorry, we'll take all these, there's three together. 2A, 2B, 2C, very similar. 2A identifies Member Becker. 2B identifies Member Park. And 2C, I think, identifies Member Chahal. Essentially in the same and similar ways. Staff's recommendation for each of these is that we partially disagree with the recommendation, that we agree that we think that all council members would benefit from a training on parliamentary procedures. It talks about the context of potentially moving, from one management protocol system to another as being a reason to have this be done for everybody, and the timing is recommended in light of the election and procurement requirements and otherwise to occur consistent with the onboarding process in early 2025. And it'll be offered to all council members at that time. So it's essentially those three similar recommendations for all. Finally, the last one is item 4C. This was at one point in the 100% support, but I thought there was some nuances and potential disagreements among folks on this. So all council should participate in regular training and counseling with outside entity that specializes in government ethics to implement training seminars and workshops on how to be more collegial, best practices to avoid tense exchanges, incivility, et cetera, in order to positively influence the behavior effectively. They've got a timing of October 1st, 2024, and should be ongoing. The finding is elaborate. It talks about all the different things. It agrees that this will be implemented. It talks about all the different manners in which foresee that this is, can be achieved with the idea that it would be most cost-effective to have this occurring in 2025. I think there's more to this than that, right? It continues. Doesn't this one continue for some time? Yeah. So it goes on to identify a variety of different types of training, including finally the note of the fact that you're also getting the AB 1234, training from me. So I think there was, again, majority support, for this approach with some potential reservations by council members. Mayor, back to you for group consideration.
All right. Is there a motion on this group? Unless you want to take them individually.
I'll make the motion to accept 1B, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 4C with the draft language proposed by the attorney.
I'll second that.
There's a motion on a second on that group. Who? Park? Oh, I can't see them. So Councilmember Park.
So I think Councilmember Hardy had mentioned the confirm versus conform. I don't know if that was listed, but that was a small thing. It's I think in recommendations 2, I think it's in there more than once, but it says to confirm to other cities, and I believe that Councilmember Hardy pointed that out because I was going to do that myself.
Yeah, appreciate that. We've got that noted, and we'll make sure that's corrected. With anything else we might find as we do one last comb through before we finalize.
Understood.
Appreciate pointing that out.
Who's next? Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Curious if I didn't hear if the language, I know that there was some language concern by Councilmember Park in the, I guess between Robert's Rules of Order and Rosenberg's rules of order about having it in a full discussion at the city council. Is that something that we were trying to change in this, or was that for the prior thing?
I remember the concern about making sure it's subject to city council approval and not wanting any determination by this, that in fact we're making that change. I think with the addition of that language and really the nature of it itself, it really just describes that it's in process, that concern is addressed.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Park again? Councilmember Park?
Yeah, on that, with the change to Rosenberg's rules, I wanted to make very clear that this was not, that the, at least my motion to go from governance to full council was not necessarily in support of moving to Rosenberg's, but it was in support of bringing the issue to full council.
We'll make a note of that. I do think the majority vote of the Government Ethics Commission was to convert to Rosenberg's, but your comment on that was noted.
Understood. Okay.
Is that it? All right. There's a motion and a second with that group, 1B, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 4C.
Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
No. That passes 5-2. City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're almost done. Back to the recommendation slide. You've now taken action number 1, which is given all the direction that we need in order to prepare the final report. The last action is really implementing. It'd be authorize you, Madam Mayor, as you did, I think, for the last report, to submit the city's response in a form approved that we'll put together, in an appropriate form and package reflecting what was unanimously approved as opposed to what was approved, 5-2, for submittal on behalf of the City Council to the Honorable Beth McGowan, presiding judge, as is required. And we'll be working on putting that together immediately, Madam Mayor, for your signature. And so this is really authorization to implement the action you just took, with the city manager and I responsible for working with the mayor to get that done.
Questions, comments? Motion.
Yes, Mayor. I will.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I will make the motion for item number 2, for recommendation number 2. And also, I'm curious, would this be based on last time we did this as well? Yeah, the mayor did this, and if they did want to do something different, do we do that in the same motion here, or would that be separate? Because I know we took a vote for them to do that or something. I can't remember.
No, you didn't.
We did? Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't think that's required. They could do that of their own prerogative.
Yeah, I thought so. That's what it was. Okay. So I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just wanted to note, I mean, I could actually push this. This was a subject of my 030 request on July 16th, which I think covers this. But one of the reasons that this was interesting to me, for me to participate, is anytime we give a partial no or partial disagree or disagree, it says that with explanation. And I feel that the explanations here are pretty high level. I think that we can do a little better than this, but it'll take a long time to get it in a meeting like this. I'm hoping that we do have time for my 030 request, not tonight, but sometime, which goes into expanding. I can read it to you. I have it right in front of me. But because, again, there's no such thing as conflict without opposition. And I think that in the report, the behaviors commented on by some of the viewers of council meetings indicted all council members. It didn't say, oh, and these council members should get along better. It indicts everyone. The fact that the civil grand jury didn't reach these conclusions, that they imagined that it was one side versus another side, is very interesting to me. The fact that it agrees with what the mayor, prefers. It's also very interesting to me. I have noted that the civil grand jury has on one side imagined how we intended the feelings and the emotions behind our remarks. And on the other side, we've got Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe imagining what the civil grand jury was feeling and how they intended their remarks. I feel that this type of coincidence is not really coincidental. I feel that these are the types of things that I would really like explained or brought to the fore when we have a requirement to explain why we disagree in part or why we disagree in total. I'm not so sure that these will get in, but again, this is our opportunity to do that. I feel that we are, for the sake of efficiency, avoiding a lot of the discussions that we should have. But at this point in time, I'm not necessarily against efficiency. But I did want to make it, I went through the comments highlighted in the posts, in the report, and no one was singled out. In fact, some of the comments I had taken notes of myself. I can tell you who said them, and I can tell you which date. But the comments indicted all council members, and it's interesting that the report did not. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? No? I'm just going to make some comments. First of all, I want to start by acknowledging the grand jury report and the concerns that it raises about the behavior of the council members. They did take their report very seriously, and this is the second report that the previous grand jury had talked about this particular council. I think that it really points out some serious issues and problems that we have on this council. What I saw on the findings and the recommendations and the staff recommendations tonight, I think that, some of them were very appropriate, and I think some of the staff recommendations were not appropriate, especially when the grand jury called out specific council members and the staff recommendation was, well, we disagree because it's all council members. I really think our staff should have stepped away from that and not opined on that at all. That's something that this council should have decided in the responses. I'll tell you, the community sees what the grand jury sees. The community watches us. They have opinions on how this council behaves, and I think the grand jury was spot on their recommendations. I know it's easy to deflect and say whatever you're going to say about the grand jury, but they're a very reputable body, whoever they are, the last one and this one, and they see what everyone else sees. And what I really thought was important about this report, they put links to videos in the report to back up, and they backed up all of their recommendations and findings, that it's indisputable. But this council and majority are not self-aware of the behavior, the actions, how they treat the public and others. And that concerns me because I feel like this report has not been taken seriously. And it's a very, very serious report. There were articles about us that we are the most dysfunctional and rudest council in the state of California from this majority. And I think that is not a title that I'm happy with, and it's not anything that I'm proud of. So I think part of the issue is we have to admit there's a problem collectively and individually. And if we don't do that, then it's just going to continue. And so I, along with Councilmember Watanabe, will probably do a dissenting report again to the grand jury that will become public, that will talk about the issues that they have so aptly put together in their findings and recommendations. So I appreciate what the grand jury has done. I hope they continue to watch us and follow us in what we're doing, because the way that this council behaves, the way this council treats the public is absolutely wrong. And I know we have another report tomorrow. That's going to be another issue. But I think we should, and individually and collectively, take responsibility for the actions here. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to first thank the civil grand jury for, one, their service and their work in identifying the areas that our city council as a whole can improve on, which in return I think benefits all of our community. While I may not agree with all of their findings, I think a lot of us are in disagreement in some things too, but I believe the civil grand jury was appropriate in identifying the needs of the Santa Clara City Council to work together and put aside those differences to assure the unanimous support behind the 2024 bond measure for $400 million. I applaud the City Council working together to put that bond measure unanimously on the ballot. Yes, I disagreed with the number, but at the end of the day, Santa Clarans came first. Just a moment ago, we heard some grandstanding and some interesting comments from a member of our city council talking about self-aware and accountability. There's a saying, I guess looking in the mirror and pointing back at yourself. Well, I say the same thing in this situation. We have members of the city council that are not aware of their own behavior, not aware of what they do to others and how it affects others. There's no accountability. There hasn't been any in 4 years. As I said before, there was no grand jury reports in Santa Clara, and then as soon as the majority changed, when things didn't go the right way, all of a sudden now we had reports. I support having my colleagues having a dissenting report because every opinion is valuable. But I hope and I plead to a civil grand jury out there to see the countless behavior that is displayed from gaslighting to accusations. You have witnessed it here several times tonight from specific members of this council that just want to continue to watch the world burn. That's what this comes down to. Anything we've been in favor of in the last 3.5 years, there was a dissenting opinion on that. But guess what? I agree with what Finding 1A said today, which was we unanimously vote on major items consistently. There'll be some that we disagree on, but I take accountability for my behavior on this dais. I apologize before for certain issues that I've spoke out of turn, but at the same time, there's been abuse of the gavel, there's been abuse of power, and when we talk about self-aware and accountability, practice what you preach. Because the people you are preaching to in this community, the lies and the dissent and the frustrations, they're shared by bloggers, they're shared on Nextdoor, and guess what? Anything that disagrees with what's happening is censored. So again, practice what you preach when we all talk about self-aware and accountability. That is something that we all need to do. And that is why I hope in the future, out of the 400 and some hours that are watched of council meetings, that they will watch this night. They will watch our discussions and our robust discussions. Because at the end of the day, we work for Santa Clarans, because Santa Clara comes first. So I thank the civil grand jury for their service in identifying the issue of making sure we put our residents first by putting a ballot measure forward. That was the underlying thesis of their report. The rest was a rhetoric. The rest was for headlines and politics. But the thesis right there says, get a bond measure passed, put it on the ballot. And I hope that our voters see that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Vice Mayor Becker. My feelings don't go quite as strong as that, but I've heard the mayor say that the civil grand jury took their jobs very seriously and gave very appropriate recommendations. And I also heard her say that, well, she didn't feel that staff did. And let me reread recommendation 7, which came from the civil grand jury and not from staff, which says the city should commend city staff for their exemplary work ethic and professionalism. And to be honest, there's a lot of things that we're not going to agree with. We're not going to agree with lots of details, but in general, I agree with the city should commend city staff, including city manager and city attorney, for their exemplary work ethic and professionalism. I think they tried very hard to create a balanced view, but it's very clear that a balanced view is not what's going to be acceptable by some of these people on council. And I've also heard that the mayor say that we have the most dysfunctional council in the state of California. And I think, well, that's a little bit of hyperbole because actually the majority council is very functional. I think that if people can't see that, the problem, the fault, dear Brutus, lies not in the stars, but in us. You say that these are obvious, no one can refute them, and my response is very scientific, et per se muove, and yet it moves. Which is, I think that there are lots of ways to disagree with things that you think should be irrefutable. And again, the way that we get to agreement, the way that we get to function is by reaching out. And we see more examples of where parts of this council will not consider, just will not consider movement, any movement towards agreement. I don't agree with a lot of what's been said here. I mean, I see the mayor often say, Councilmember Park, are you aware? I am thinking about how I want to answer. I don't come in here with ideas fully formed. In some cases, I really have to think about the nuances which I disagree with. And I really wish that other people on council would do the same. But I think that it's stronger. It's a very strong position to not consider movement. It's a very strong position just to continue straight forward with the narrative that you have. And I find that's unfortunate. And I think that for people who cannot see that, hope you don't apply for the civil grand jury. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, so on March 12th, 2024, we were talking about finances of the stadium, and we were talking about performance rent. And here's what I said. I'm reading from the transcript, which is not always totally accurate, but I think you get the gist. I said, I think that is gaslighting. I think it's very odd that somebody can go and complain that we should have made more money on a concert. It's a that it is competitive bidding, and she, meaning Taylor Swift, would go somewhere else if we were charging too much. So you can gaslight all you want. And Mayor Gilmore said, you learned a new word with Authority Member Becker. That kind of surprised that the grand jury didn't catch that. And then on 5/28, the mayor kept talking about, we have 5 members of this council who have received millions of dollars to support their campaigns from the 49ers. We have council members that never supported the stadium but changed. And then someone objected to that, probably Councilmember Park. And then Mayor Gilmore says, I believe because of the financial support of their campaigns, to me that is the difference. We should have gone to arbitration on this. We should have gone to arbitration, had an impartial judge make a decision instead of these city council members. These city council members who have received this amount of support. I think it is really wrong. Then finally, on June 4th, 2024, we were discussing the parking assessment on the Franklin Mall property owners. And I made a motion to not assess the levy of $14,200 on the Franklin Mall property owners. And Councilmember Watanabe said, what kind of ridiculous motion is that? So when we talk about respect, I think it goes both ways, and I'm really surprised the grand jury missed that.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to just give thanks to the grand jury for taking this time to prepare this report, even though it's the second report regarding this current council. I feel like the report is a roadmap as to what local government should be. Excuse me, what it should not be. And that is emphasizing the importance of ethics and transparency and what makes a good government run efficiently and effectively. And I hope that with the new administration just around the corner, that they will take these reports as part of their training and learn from them, and to be able to make our city the best city that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other council members. Did we have a motion in a second? Yeah, we did, right?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. Now I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn. We'll take up the civil grand jury report outplayed tomorrow at 5 o'clock here in these chambers. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
No.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes 6-1. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Drive safely home.